As we begin our meeting today, I do want to make sure everyone is aware that the meeting is being broadcast via the internet. So at any point, any of us, including those of you in the audience, can be visible to those who are watching online. That's a reminder to both be on our best behavior and to put your cell phones and your iPads and your laptops on stun so that they are quiet as we conduct the meeting. We have three announcements this morning. The first, I'm pleased to say, is a recognition of our student representative, our student board member, Ryan Bridges. I'm going to read a resolution in his honor, and then we'll give Ryan an opportunity to say a few words. Whereas Ryan T. Bridges was appointed as the student representative of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on June 1st, 2012, and whereas during his tenure on the coordinating board, Mr. Bridges served on the Agency Operations Committee, Committee on Academic Workforce Success, and the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning. In other words, unlike any other board member, he serves on all three committees. And whereas the coordinating board values the input, ideas, and feedback from students on higher education policy, particularly those policies that have a direct impact on students, and whereas Mr. Bridges has provided this critical viewpoint through his thoughtful questions, informed comments, and deep passion for higher education, and whereas the board, its staff, and all current and future students in Texas will benefit from Mr. Bridges' active participation and dedicated service on the board, now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 25th day of April 2013 express our deepest appreciation to Ryan T. Bridges for his distinguished service as the student representative of the board and his unwavering dedication to higher education for all students in Texas. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution, suitable for framing I might add, signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, be presented to Mr. Bridges in recognition of the high esteem in which he is held. Ryan, we had a chance to visit last night at dinner, but would you like to say a few words here before this audience?
Yeah, I would. It's been an incredible past year, really past couple of years. My grad school experience has not been a normal experience, to say the least. No, it's been an incredible experience, and you can have all of the instruction in the classroom and all of the examples in the classroom, but there's nothing like a real life experience to put those into perspective. I just appreciate everything everybody on the board, just like I was saying last night, everybody on the board has done for me personally and professionally, and as a student, everything that everyone in the audience does on a daily basis for higher education in Texas. Without that, I mean, I wouldn't be here today. And, I tell people that whenever I came into school 6 years ago that I didn't really care about anything except getting a degree and getting out 6 years later. I did that a couple times, I guess. So thank y'all for everything y'all do on a daily basis for students of the state of Texas, and thank y'all for everything y'all have done for me over the past year.
Thank you, Ryan. We've enjoyed serving with you. Ryan is graduating in about 2 weeks.
15 days.
15 days. Who's counting? With his MBA, considerable amount of bank work experience, and is available for interviews for those of you who may be looking for a brand newly minted MBA. Ryan, thank you. The next announcement regards the recipient of the Kenneth Ashworth Fellowship Award for 2013-2014. The Kenneth H. Ashworth Fellowship Award, named after former Commissioner of Higher Education, Kenneth Ashworth, provides a $2,000 scholarship to students with financial need who are enrolled in graduate programs in public affairs, public service, or public administration. I'm pleased to announce that Carol Gilson is the recipient of the 2013-2014 Ashworth Fellowship Award. Ms. Gilson is working on her master's in social work at the UT Austin School of Social Work. Her passion is to work with newly disabled adults. Ms. Gilson was not able to be with us here this morning, but let's give her an internet round of applause. Maybe she's listening online. I've not been given any names, but do we have any new presidents or chancellors with us here this morning? Anybody this is their first meeting and wants to stand up and be recognized? Because we can't make you stand up. All right. Moving along. The second agenda item is for approval of the minutes from the January board meeting. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Have a motion from Mr. Hahn, a second from Bobby. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Next is the consent calendar for the entire meeting. Consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without further comment or discussion. Allows us to save time for those items that do require more of our attention and discussion. Of course, it's any board member's prerogative to request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar to discuss it more fully later in the meeting, or for that matter, to add items to the agenda. Does any board member at this time want to remove an item or items from the consent calendar? Is there any board member who wants to add any items to the consent calendar? Do I hear a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented? I have a motion from Durga and a second from Dennis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Now we'll move on to agenda item 4, our major policy discussion. Usually this item is for discussion purposes only, but today we will also vote on a portion of this item on recommendations. Coordinating board staff will present the recommendations for both the college readiness cut score and the developmental level standard cut score, or cut scores, to be used by public institutions of higher education in support of differentiated placement and instruction as required by House Bill 1244 from the 82nd Legislature. Then the board will vote on the statewide college ready cut score and the developmental education cut scores. Today's presentation and discussion will be led by coordinating board staff members Judy Laredo, Suzanne Morales-Vale, and Aaron Grosick. Did I pronounce that correctly? Or is it Grasick? Rocek. Okay. It's an Irish name. College board representatives here with us today, Chantel Reynolds and Deanna Morgan, and institutional representatives Linda Villanueva of Brazosport College and Quentin Wright of Mountain View College. If y'all will come forward. Judy, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board, for this opportunity to speak to you, and Commissioner. My colleagues and I are here this morning to speak to you about it's on, unless it isn't plugged in. Can you hear me in the back? Okay. My colleagues and I are here this morning to speak to you about two very important issues. Two issues which we feel will affect closing the gaps, especially the two areas that we have been working on, not only participation, but persistence and success. And those two issues are the development of the new TSI, the Texas Success Initiative effort, along with the redesign of developmental education. As we speak to this pipeline, there have been many stakeholders involved, and of course with legislative lead into helping us systemically address, number one, the low rates of college readiness, college participation, and success. The work that we have also done is to take a collaborative effort between public education teachers and higher ed teachers to create the college and career readiness standards, which have been in place and approved by the board since 2008. One of the key pieces that we discussed today is the development of the new TSI assessment because it is aligned to the college and career readiness standards. Over the past several years, the coordinating board has been focused on two real important issues, and that is the redesign of developmental education, utilizing our demonstration sites that were approved and funded by you, 5 community college systems, 4 universities, but most importantly is looking at that alignment and that fostering work of adult basic education, which is very, very important to the initiative of what we have undertaken. The additional part is that the College and Career Readiness Standards has been operationalized because of the development of the TSI with the work that the College Board has been doing with us over the past year. As you look at this slide, when you think of the current assessments that we have in place, the current assessments focus on two things, and that is college readiness or not college ready. As the diagram shows, as you move to the right, as you look at the new TSI assessment, what we find is that we have the identification of students who are college ready, the students who fall below the line of college readiness, but most importantly, the students whose skill level falls even below high school skill level. And that's what the new TSI assessment is going to be able to do for us. But the most important part is the fact that aside from being tested, there will also be a diagnostic process, so that what we yield from that diagnostic process, having learned where the student falls in a spectrum of skills, we will also know the weaknesses that a student has. So instead of placing students in courses just by levels or by course titles, now the opportunity, because of the redesign in developmental education and our curriculum work, we will be able to speak to the fact that you might be able to go into a paired course, in a modular course. That will be explained in more detail in the presentation. The agenda for today is really in 4 parts. The first being, we have invited Dr. Linda Villanueva, who is Vice President of Academic and Student Affairs of Brazosport College, who has really served in this effort since the very beginning. She has served both on the Developmental Education Advisory Committee, and she has served on the Assessment Task Force. The second part of the presentation will speak specifically to the development of the test, not only how it came about, but the process that was followed, leading into how the cut score recommendations are being brought forth to you today. The third part will speak to Dr. Aaron Gratchek and the College Board, Chantel Reynolds, who has been our counterpart working weekly with us in this effort, and Dr. Deanna Morgan, who led the effort in terms of when we met with the faculties and led into that cut score process, as well as looking at the questions themselves. We will then go into the third part, which Dr. Suzanne Morales-Vale, Director of Adult Basic Education and Developmental Education here at the Coordinating Board, will speak to those policy implications and those next steps as we address, once the test is implemented, how we will be working with students and populations as well. We have Dr. Quentin Wright, who is with us today from the Mountain View College, and he is the executive dean at the college. He has also served on our advisory board. Dr. Wright has got some real specifics of how the institution is taking what is required in our statute in terms of pre-assessment and holistic advising, how it will help better inform the placement and the movement of students through this pipeline. And certainly last but not least is communication. Over the past year, much time has been spent in communicating to the field, in involving stakeholders, especially through our advisory board. And Dr. Vale will speak to this so that you will know what we have done and what we plan to do in the future to continue the involvement of stakeholders as this test is phased in. And now I would like to turn it over to Dr. Villanueva.
Good morning. It is my pleasure to share with members of the board a brief background on the state's major developmental education reform efforts, particularly my own involvement in 2 important groups that have contributed to the development of the new TSI assessment. Legislative mandates, Senate Bill 162, House Bill 1244, and House Bill 3468, have set in motion the largest developmental education reform efforts in the state of Texas. To respond to these mandates, the coordinating board sent out a request in the summer of 2011 to all Texas institutions of higher education to nominate individuals who would serve on the Developmental Education Advisory Committee. The charge of this group is to ensure higher education participation in providing feedback and advice to the coordinating board staff in addressing the legislative mandates. One of the tasks of this committee was to participate in the selection process of the new TSI placement test. This work involved evaluating the coordinating board's RFP, developing interview questions, participating in the interview process, and evaluating vendors based upon established coordinating board criteria. Additionally, experts from around the nation were involved in reviewing items to ensure that they were properly aligned to the college and career readiness standards, the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, or in some cases, the NRS EFLD standards, which pertain to adult basic education. Additionally, these experts evaluated respondents on the basis of their testing qualifications and experience, their management plan, as well as their technical plan. That process culminated in the committee's unanimous recommendation to offer a no-cost contract to the College Board. One requirement of the successful vendor was to work in collaboration with an assessment task force. This group is made up of psychometric and assessment experts, as well as university and community college stakeholders, including myself, who meet quarterly to advise the College Board and the Coordinating Board on all aspects of the development and implementation of the new TSI assessment test. This task force has been involved with providing critical advice to all facets of the new TSI assessment, including the test items development, administration, field testing, standard setting, reporting, scoring, and other technical and policy considerations. On a personal note, I must say that this statement does not adequately capture the countless hours that this group, in collaboration with coordinating board staffers, the College Board, and countless faculty have put in to ensure that the state of Texas is adopting a test of integrity that Texas institutions can trust will better serve their students. This process has met all the best practice and research-based test development standards at every stage of its development. Until now, most Texas colleges have utilized different assessments with different cut scores, allowing for the possibility that one student may be deemed college-ready by one institution, but not by another. A single number tells us nothing about the specific strengths and weaknesses of a student. So for the first time in Texas history, we have a test that not only ensures standardization across the state of Texas, but gives every higher education institution the opportunity to provide targeted goals to support their students in reaching their goals. It is my privilege to be a part of this effort. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Linda. My name is Aaron Grotchik of the Coordinating Board. And along with informing the major policy agenda, the purpose of this agenda item is to approve the recommended standards or the cut scores, as you'll see throughout the presentation, on this new TSI assessment. As Dr. Villanueva mentioned, currently there are multiple tests that can be used to determine readiness, which are not well aligned to our college and career readiness standards. In addition, institutions have the option to raise the cut score on any of these tests. So currently, it's possible that you have a student who has a score that one institution identifies and declares that as a college-ready score, whereas another institution does not. In the fall of 2013, however, institutions will no longer be able to set varying cut scores. Texas legislation in 2011 with House Bill 1244 approved the adoption of a single TSI assessment. The Coordinating Board approved a no-cost contract to the College Board to develop the assessment, and there's been a collaborative process across stakeholders and institutions toward this goal, leading to statewide implementation of the TSI assessment in fall 2013. It's important that you notice in your packet that you were provided a list of institutions who are represented during important development meetings. The new TSI assessment is really the first of its kind in the nation. It's a computer adaptive assessment aligned to our Texas College and Career Readiness Standards, which tailors the questions presented to the individuals based on their skill level. The assessment categorizes students in three categories: college ready, developmental education, and adult basic education. College-ready skills are those skills, knowledge and skills that are needed to successfully complete entry-level, college-level, and university coursework. Those skills and knowledge that would be considered developmental ed are those that are typically found in the high school grade levels. And those classified as adult basic education are those skill sets that you typically find below high school, so grades 0 through 8. For those who are not college ready, further diagnostic information is provided such that instruction and support can be tailored to each student. This information is provided across a broad range of skill sets, from 0 through 12th grade. And it's also important to note that this is provided to institutions at a low cost. If we look at all first-time in college students, the majority are exempt from taking this TSI assessment. In the box below the circles are some of the exemptions in rule and are currently in place. Students can demonstrate that they're ready through performance on, say, the ACT or SAT. It should also be noted that students who are not seeking a degree or certificate would not need to take this test. That said, there are many students who are not prepared for entry-level coursework. A total of 39.2% of first-time in college students require developmental education. If we look to the circle on the left, over half of the students entering two-year college require developmental education, while the circle on the right shows a much smaller proportion entering universities. By far, the majority of developmental education is delivered by community college, so it's important that we know this moving forward in our redesign efforts. It's also good to note that most of the students needing remediation do not enter higher ed directly from high school. And this is especially true at the community colleges. Thus, recent K-12 curricular reform efforts will not have reached these students. I'll now turn the microphone over to Chantel Reynolds from the College Board, who will speak to the test development process.
Good morning. Thank you again for having us. Good morning. Thank you again for having us. I'm joined by my colleague, Dr. Dina Morgan, as well as Dr. Drew Wiley and Ann Howard. They are in the back. And again, we just appreciate the opportunity to be here. And part of the process of developing the new TSI assessment began last spring, so literally almost a full year ago at this point. The first thing that has to happen, of course, to Aaron's point, many of the existing assessments or the existing 4 assessments are not fully aligned to the Texas College and Career Readiness Standards. And that was the first issue that had to be addressed. And so we undertook a gap analysis looking at the existing, what I will call AccuPlace or classic assessments that were being used for TSI purposes, comparing them and looking at where they had gaps in alignment to the College and Career Readiness Standards. That process also involved a key faculty from around the state, both in terms of conference calls, and then also culminated in a large meeting with those faculty in May of 2012, where we literally got down to item types themselves. Here's a particular standard. We can get at that standard if we write the question this way, but there's another way we can write the question, what do you think? A very involved process of saying, ultimately, literally, we're down to the types of questions that we will ask your students, and do these work for you or not, or what can we change further? Once we got through that initial phase, it was on to field testing, and field testing has been an ongoing process. Currently, there is a final round of field testing going on now, but essentially every institution in the state of Texas that was already part of AccuPlace or platform was automatically part of that field test. So students saw items, didn't necessarily know it was an item being field tested, so they performed or gave it the same level of attention as they would have had it been a real test question. Once the initial rounds of field testing were concluded, we brought faculty together again in early January for an item review. That process involves taking a sample of the items from the field test, looking at them for which ones clearly passed the psychometric standards, the items performed the way they should, students had about an equal chance of getting them right or wrong, and then also looked at a subset of items that did not clearly pass the standards and engaged in a conversation with faculty about why they didn't, why they maybe should be kept anyway, had those types of questions with those faculty, those conversations. And then moving forward from there was the standard setting process. And my colleague will go more into what was involved in standard setting. But out of that standard setting process, the 72 faculty who were brought together came forward with recommendations for cut scores in key areas, and that will be what we'll emphasize most next. After those recommendations, a report was presented to the coordinating board, and there was internal discussion and debate and what does this mean and how do we work with it, and that resulted in a presentation to the cause committee at the end of March, and then we are here today for a presentation before you, hoping for a similar vote. And at this time, if you want to, yes. One of the things that we want to emphasize throughout this entire process is the collaborative nature of the process and how much effort and care was taken to bring faculty from Texas institutions together. This is a test that has to be used, the results have to be used by faculty in their classrooms. And it is so then crucial that those same faculty feel confident in the test, feel confident in its design, understand the results, and can begin to formulate how to use those results. A lot of care was taken to recruit faculty from 2- and 4-year institutions. You can see the types listed on your screen. We looked at the geographic location of the institutions involved. So we made sure we had people from Texarkana to El Paso, Amarillo to McAllen, Nacogdoches to Lubbock. We wanted everybody invited to that table so that everyone felt represented and had an opportunity to contribute. We looked at their instructional experience, the knowledge of the standards themselves, what they teach, and then their own gender and ethnicity, because, again, you want to make sure that those involved in setting the standards are representative of the students that will be impacted by those standards. At this time, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Dina Morgan, to talk about the standard setting process.
Good morning. I would like to give you a little information about the standard setting process. I don't know how familiar you are with this type of process. As Chantel had mentioned, we did bring together approximately 72 faculty who represented the state of Texas higher education. It included faculty from community colleges as well as universities, and then also high school staff to make sure that we have all those stakeholders represented in this group. One of the things that is a very integral part of the standard setting process is being sure that all of the people who will be working on this process have a common understanding within their content area of either reading, writing, or mathematics about what it means to be college ready. As such, one of the processes we go through is we look at how do we define what the knowledge, skills, and abilities are that students must know and be able to do in order to be considered college ready, which we discuss in terms of they'll be able to be successful in that course into which they'll be placed at the college level. Because we want to be sure we're placing students into courses who have the skills to succeed in those courses. And so what we do is we break the content areas up. So we have the reading faculty focus on reading, the writing faculty focus on writing, and the mathematics faculty focus on mathematics. And they meet in the same area but separated into different small groups so they can focus solely on their area of expertise. We begin this process by having them first take the actual test items that the students will be presented, just as if they were sitting down and taking a test in an operational setting. We give them a certain amount of time that's comparable to the amount of time we would expect a student to take to answer this number of questions. And we do not give them the answer key because we want them to actually experience the question as the student would. You get a very different picture of how difficult or easy an item is when you have the key in front of you than you do when you do not have the key in front of you. So we sort of spring a little testing experience on them, which is probably not what they expected at all when they came to the meeting. But that gives them a chance to really experience the test and all the test items. Once they've had this chance, they're usually a little more focused on the actual content and what we're asking students to do by administering an assessment to them. So they are able to then start thinking about these performance level definitions of what does it mean to be college ready. If you are college ready, what is it that you know and can do? If you're going to be in developmental education, what is it that you know and can do? So we want to clearly define these because, as I'm sure you're aware, if you go to different campuses and talk to faculty and ask what they teach in their entry-level course, there'll be commonality, but there'll also be some differences because there's a lot of individuality that comes in on the part of the instructor. And we want to be sure all those different perspectives are represented, which is why we bring together a large group of people. But we also want to be sure that when they're working on this recommendation that's going to be applied across the board at all institutions, that they have a common understanding and they're not working on different sets of goals, that they're all striving toward the same goal. So we have a process where they define these knowledge and skills for each cut score, and then that becomes their point of reference during the remaining process of the standard setting, so that when they're making decisions about items, they can reference this definition that they've all agreed upon and then make a decision about whether this is an item we'd expect a student to answer correctly or incorrectly if they were considered college ready. So then the process is, once we have these definitions, they go through item by item, and they're asked to look at each item and think, well, what does this item measure? And what is it that a student would need to know and do to answer this item correctly? Is that more like the definition we created for college ready? Or is it more like the definition we created for developmental education? Or is it more like the definition we've created for adult basic education? And at this point, we haven't assigned any numbers. We're not working with numbers. We're strictly working with items and content. So when they do this, they're actually placing a bookmark. We use the bookmark process, and the items are ordered from the easiest item to the most difficult. And that was determined by how students performed on the items during the field testing. So they start with the easiest one, and they say, well, would the student who's college ready answer this item correctly? Well, it's the easiest item. Probably yes, but that's for them to determine. They go through each item until they find the point where they feel like the college ready student may or may not answer the items correctly. And so that's sort of their target range. And chances are that each person in the panel of faculty may have a slightly different idea of where that point is located. So they each independently give a recommendation for where they think that point is based on the items they're considering. And then we aggregate that to come up with a cut score, but it's really a temporary cut score. Because once we get that information, we're going to come back to that faculty and we say, well, based on round one, you think the cut score belongs between this item and this item, but some people said it belonged as low as this item in the booklet, whereas others put their bookmark as high as this other item. What is it about these items that students need to know and do that made you put the bookmark in this place? And then they have a very rich discussion about what the items are measuring, how that compares to these definitions we'd agreed upon. And this is where their expertise and experience with students actually come into play, because this is where we start here. Well, at my college, when we teach this at this point of the year or in this course. And someone else says, well, but at my college, we don't focus on that so much because we teach this instead. And so we really start to hear those differences, and they work out sort of a common understanding. And sometimes there are things in the items that one person picks up on and says, well, the reason I didn't choose this item is because this deals with a negative number, and my students have a really hard time dealing with negative numbers. And so there's all kinds of different content and experience that comes into that discussion. Then they have a chance to place their bookmarks again. And so once they've placed them again, and at that point they can move it at any point they like based on any understanding they've gained during the discussion period. Those are the numbers that we then aggregate to create the cut score recommendation. And so that's happening separately within reading, within writing, and within math. And it's those recommendations that we then bring back to our office at the college board and apply to the score scale to come up with the cut score recommendations. So as you see on this slide, the score scale goes from 310 to 390. And so, Erin, next slide. And just to remind you that we're talking about that group of students who's not college ready, who will be put into the ABE or developmental ed. Okay? We've got the college ready group, and then we have a group that you're already determining to be not college ready. We're not changing that group. We're just better identifying them so that we have them into developmental ed and adult basic ed to allow you to better serve them. So next slide. So the recommendations of this faculty that we convened for the standard setting on that 310 to 390 scale. For mathematics, the college ready cut score was 369. For reading, that cut score is 359. Writing, there's an essay involved that actually takes priority, and the essay score of 5 or 4 can be considered college ready, as long as when you get a score of 4, you also get a score on the multiple choice assessment in writing of 363. And then the developmental education cuts, as you see below, are 336 for math, 342 for reading, and 350 for writing. And so I should say that these, as I said, these were developed independently within each group of subject matter experts for that content area, and then scaled separately. So that's why you see numbers that vary a little, but those should not be interpreted as having any difference in terms of rigor, because they weren't designed to be equivalent. They represent the expertise of that group of subject matter experts. So if you take those cut scores and you apply them to the information we have based on student performance on similar assessments, we can't apply them to exact data on this assessment because no one's actually taken it operationally yet. But if you apply that to data we have from assessments that are similar, we can give you our best estimate at what we would expect to happen. And so we would expect of those 42% of test takers who would be taking the TSI assessment in mathematics, that about 3% would be college ready right now, 48% would be developmental education, and 49% would be in the adult basic education. If we do the same thing with the reading, we have about 38% we would expect to be taking the test. Of that 38%, we expect about 25% to be college ready, 41 developmental ed, and 34 in the adult basic education category. And then finally, in writing, we would have about 38% that we expect to be taking the assessment. Of that 38%, we would expect about 51% to be considered college ready, about 12% to be developmental education, and about 37% in adult basic education. And so now I'll turn it back over to Dr. Grashik.
Thank you, Dina. This slide speaks to the recommendation that the Cause Committee is proposing for you to consider. Based on what current data show on how students would be placed today under the final recommended cut scores for mathematics and reading, we recommend a phase-in of those cut scores. This phase-in will allow an appropriate timeline for an adjustment to the final standards recommended by our Texas faculty. In the following set of slides, I'll show you how we anticipate students being placed during this first phase-in period. And in the next part of the presentation, we'll discuss developmental education redesign efforts and considerations for students across skill levels. This will open up our discussion with you over the next months, during which time we'll begin to develop detailed plans on how to best serve the student populations. considering all first-time in college students, this represents the anticipated placement based on the Phase 1 mathematics cut scores on the new TSI assessment. As a reminder, the current assessments are not able to provide information regarding adult basic education skill sets, and you can see in this slide now, with the new TSI assessment, we're able to anticipate the percentage placed into college-ready, developmental education, and adult basic education. If we look at the yellow portion on the right, as you recall, this represents the 58% who are exempt from taking the test and can enroll directly into the credit-bearing course. The bottom row indicates our current standard. In other words, of all first-time in college students, 10% are not exempt but meet the college readiness standard on one of the current TSI assessments, while 32% are in need of developmental education. The top row reflects our first phase-in of the recommended cut scores. We see how the non-exempt proportions break down, where the blue portion represents those who have knowledge and skill levels below high school levels. The orange represents those students at high school levels, and the green reflects those who are college ready. The recommended phase-in schedule allows for institutions to adjust over time. It's difficult to project far into the future as our standards continue to be embedded into programs and instruction continues to improve over time. We'd expect students entering college who are ready. We'll be monitoring the impact of this new assessment every year to determine if adjustments need to be made. Here is how we anticipate students will place in reading. Again, the recommended phase-in schedule allows for institutions to adjust over time, and we, of course, will monitor the impact of the assessment every year. And here's how we anticipate students will place in writing. We do not anticipate a need to phase in the recommended readiness standards at this time, and again, we'll monitor the impact upon implementation. I'll now turn the microphone over to Dr. Laredo for the consideration of our recommended college-ready and developmental education cut scores.
Thank you, Dr. Grachek. Chairman, members of the board, HB 1244 requires under your authority to adopt a common standard. The legislation, if enacted as written, would have required institutions in 2012 to implement one standard utilizing all of the current tests we have that are approved. After meeting with 25 representatives from institutions of varying size and geographic regions of the state, it was their recommendation that we ask for legislative relief to allow the implementation of the test, the new test, and one cut score to all occur at one time, and not to ask them a year previous to do one thing and then come back and change it. The leadership of the agency did speak to the authors of the legislation, and the request was granted. And that is why we come before you today with that recommendation, keeping in mind that this is a single test that will not only determine college readiness or whether a student is not college ready, but also will provide the diagnostic information to better help place these students. And I think it's a very important point to keep in mind. At this point, we are coming forward with a common standard of the single assessment for implementation with the first class day of the fall 2013 academic semester. To clarify, the cause committee on March the 27th approved the cut score for college readiness. At today's meeting, you are being asked to approve two things. Number one, you're being asked to approve the recommendation by the cause committee for the single statewide college readiness standard. The second thing you are being asked to approve is the staff's recommendation to approve the cut score of developmental education, both for implementation on the first class day of fall 2013. As shown on the slide, where you see both recommendations, please remember that the phase-in for the college readiness cut score will be as written, where the developmental education cut score is implemented immediately. The DevEd cut score is not phased in. As the phase-in of the proposed college readiness cut score standard occurs, the appropriate cut score for developmental education will also have to be revisited, as Dr. Gratchek mentioned, because we will be implementing this test officially for the first time. In implementing this test, we also, as part of our redesign of developmental education, will be speaking to two very important points. Not only will students, as they have in the past, been taking tests when they don't meet a college readiness standard, this time there is pre-assessment activities that are required, that institutions must put in place so that students realize the importance of this test, because you would be surprised how many come and think, well, it's just something I have to do. They do it, and they might have partied the night before, didn't get enough sleep, and so this is real stakes. This determines whether they go into a credit-bearing course. Over 22 years, I saw this happen many, many times. The other part of the equation is the holistic advising. Institutions are having to revisit and rethink the fact of how we place students in classes. Students don't just come in and take their schedule sheet and decide, well, I'm going to take this, especially the students who are not college ready. It's being able to look at their strengths and weaknesses and determine their appropriate placement in a course so that it leads to persistence and success and not failure. This will be addressed in the second part of the last part of the presentation. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this is our recommendation regarding the new TSI assessment, and we ask for your consideration and approval of these recommendations. And I will turn it over to you, Mr. Heldesfeld.
Thank you, Judy. Members, questions regarding this presentation before we entertain a motion?
I have a question.
David, did you have a question?
I have two.
All right, David, and then we'll go to Dennis.
So there is a significant gap in the mathematics scores and standards, the cut scores, in comparison to the other two standards. Why is math so much greater a gap? Is there a reason that we could understand behind that?
And I'm going to turn that over to the psychometricians.
Well, I'll first state that during the standard setting, and Dina can get into more detail, but in the standard setting, these are where the faculty determine that this is the level of skill that they can work with in those particular courses. So at the whether it be at the entry-level credit-bearing course, those are the skill sets. Whether it be at the developmental ed level, those are the skill sets. And I don't know if Dina wanted to provide a little more detail.
I think that addresses that, but I just want to make sure I understand your question so I can make sure I'm giving you a good answer. Are you referring to, for instance, the difference between the 350 and the 356 for Phase 1 and Phase 2? Are we talking about the difference between the 350, the 369, and, say, the 336 between the developmental and college ready? I just want to be sure I understand what gap we're referring to.
I think the latter. I mean, you go from 336 to 369 and compare that to the reading and the writing, which are much more narrow, and yet I think you had a slide up here where only 3% would qualify under math. Why are the prospective students arriving at the door of higher education not prepared to succeed? What are we not doing at the secondary school level that is not preparing them for mathematics and success? That seems to be the giant gap here.
Sure. It is, and I apologize in that I'm not a content expert. I'm a psychometrician, so I can't explain what's happening in terms of a content perspective of what is or is not being done at a secondary level. The gap there is based upon how that group of faculty defined what it takes to be college ready and what it takes to be developmental education. And I will say for college ready, I don't think I mentioned this previously, we began with the definitions that are used as college ready for STAR because we wanted to be sure there was an alignment for what it meant to be college ready in both cases, so we weren't working toward different standards on the secondary level and the higher education level. So those were in common, in that we gave the panel that set, and they were allowed, if they needed to make some tweaks to it, but there were very little differences, maybe a wording change of something, but not really a difference in meaning. So there is an alignment there between the meaning of College Ready with STAR and College Ready with TSI for the recommended cut score. Like I say, because I'm not a content person, I can't address, I don't think any more about that. I just wouldn't know.
Let me also add, Dr. Tischer, that keep in mind that the TEKS curriculum and the embedding of the college readiness standards have already taken place, but we haven't seen the spectrum of students who have come through that revised curriculum in a 4-year process. And so when you think of the students who have taken this AccuPlacer test currently in the field, it may not reflect those students that will eventually come through who have had that total revised curriculum. And so that the rigor in mathematics that they are experiencing, beginning to experience in high school now, those students haven't reached our doorstep. That's also while there's a phase-in even with the cut score on the K-12 side of the house. When you also think of the curriculum and the rigor, remember we are looking at the students, some of these students who took this test were not first time, just coming directly to us from the high school setting. They had been out, and so they had to take the test. So there's a combination of factors, I think, that are working. What we did see in the past exam of students that are begun to take these tests, there is an increase in students who are college ready. So we would hope, as Dr. Gratchek said, over time that we're going to see more students coming. Keep in mind this cut score is as of today. And so that's why that number that are college ready may be so small. And that's why the phase-in, so students aren't penalized, so that as we go through this next year, because we will have to continue revisiting this over the next several years, because it is a new instrument, to make sure that those cut scores are where they need to be.
So course corrections and corrective action has already been made at the secondary school level, so that we will be able to have a higher percentage qualify in 6 years at our 2019 standards. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. Those measures are in place. And even if things change in the K-12 side of the house and students, depending what routes they opt to take, remember this is the higher ed exam coming into the post-secondary world. But we've already seen some positive things happening on the K-12 side of the house. I mean, it's clear that students are rising to this occasion, and given those years ahead of us, there should be definite improvement.
And I guess to our College Board colleagues, is this not unique to Texas? Other states have the same or similar problem?
I would say so, yes. There are a couple other things in here. As my colleagues have pointed out, we have to simulate based on last year's population of students in Texas, and to Judy's point, they haven't all had the benefit of the revised curriculum in the K-12 world as yet. I think the other thing we have to recognize is you have what is the current rough percentage of students needing developmental education. And to your point, it could jump considerably if we went straight to the 369. Campuses are not operationally able to absorb such a large change that quickly. So this is not just to the students' benefit to give them time to benefit from the standards, the increased standards on the K-12 side, but to give the colleges an opportunity to absorb the logistical challenges that anytime you change a cut score, you are introducing into the system. So this was also a recognition that we needed to balance all the worlds here.
Dennis?
I'm not interested in anything with regard to the political controversy that we've heard about C-scope, but which I understand has been adopted by around 875 school districts across this state. But I am interested in knowing whether or not, as y'all interacted with high school faculty that are familiar with the content of C-scope, which I think will ultimately determine how ready or whatever is being taught in secondary schools is going to ultimately determine how ready and how effective the curriculum in the secondary schools across Texas is going to ultimately determine how ready these students are when they approach the doors of higher education. So I've tried to make an effort in the last couple of months to try to ascertain whether the content of that will accomplish what we really want to accomplish. So I'm asking you all, and again, I'm not interested in the politics of it. I'm just interested in the content. Do y'all have any knowledge, or could y'all give us any insight as y'all begin to work with faculty, high school faculty? I heard you mention that. Could you get any idea at all in terms of the content as to whether or not we can expect, as these students come through the K through 12 pipeline and as they begin to experience the rigor of the apparent C-scope curriculum?
I can speak briefly to that, and I, like you, am not interested in getting to the politics of the C-scope curriculum, but we partner at Brazosport College with several school districts that have adopted that curriculum. And since the beginning and the inception of this work that we're doing with the new TSI assessment, one of the things that we have always done is had curricular alignment meetings, and that is meetings between high school faculty and college faculty, where we specifically talk to what are the knowledge, skills, and abilities that students need to have in order to be successful in college. So we look at the student learning outcomes and say college algebra or a composition and rhetoric class, and we say, where do your student learning outcomes end and where do ours begin, and where are the gaps, and what do we need to do to ensure that there is a seamless transition? And there's been a lot of adjusting that's needed to take place on both ends. And so we've been very aware of that since the beginning, and as we have talked about this new TSI test, we're more aware that as they go through changes with their end of course exams and as we adopt this new instrument, it's more important than ever that we continue to have those conversations and we continue to adopt our curriculum and the way we serve students with strategies.
I'd like to follow up on that. You're saying that y'all do that at Brazosport College, and what I'm interested in as chairman of the task force on community college education, and this board I think would equally be as interested, is how widespread do you feel that is among community colleges? And because I think it's very vital and important that we have that constant back and flow of information from the secondary schools to the community colleges, because the community colleges are going to be playing the largest role by far in terms of remediating these students. So can you give me any idea? Of course, that may be something that we're going to look at in our task force as we continue to engage our stakeholders at the community college level as to how many of these community colleges and how effective are they being in terms of interacting with their colleagues in the secondary schools.
That's the role of our regional P16 councils, and so they exist across the state of Texas, and that's the primary role of that group. And so I would expect, I couldn't give you a number, but I would expect that that is an important charge of every institution of higher education to work collaboratively with their K through 12 partners to ensure that there's a seamless transition. There are still lots of opportunities there, but that's a primary charge of those regional councils.
Yeah, but I agree with that, but you're telling me that your individual institution is doing that, and I think it's vitally important that the community colleges on the individual level engage in their feeder schools and make sure that they work to make sure that there is a seamless transition. And you apparently are doing it at your college. I'm just concerned that is it being done statewide? If it's not, that's something we're going to be putting on our list to look into as time goes on.
Dr. Golden, we do have pathway projects across the state that are doing exactly what Dr. Villanueva speaks to, that is the joint effort between the K-12 side of the house, the community college, and the four-year universities to look at that alignment. I know when I first came here, we began to fund the pathways projects, and now those projects, there are projects in quadrants of the state, and that is one of the requirements that institutions of higher education partner not only the four-year, but the community colleges with their K-12. And so I think that the work, as she referenced, the work of the P16 councils and the pathway projects that have been put in place in the state are beginning that mobility. And the understanding of higher ed, I see even a very positive change on that side where they realize that they've got to partner, especially when we think about closing the gaps.
Thank you.
Janelle?
I guess it'd be really hopeful to say for the community colleges that this is revenue neutral. It is?
Yeah.
It would surprise me if it was based on the pre-assessment activities and things that will be new and added they're not currently doing those?
Let me just say that we've already found in the state that there are institutions who are implementing pre-assessment activities that prepare their students to help them get ready to take the test. It isn't a formalized class. It's what you can do within the confines of your institution based on your needs. It may be a one-hour seminar with students to help them see what the test is like. When I say a seminar, I mean a group meeting, because the test can be offered any time throughout the year. It's not only just offered in the fall and the spring. I mean, students can come in any time. If I want to register next January, I may come in October to get ready to get, to get placed into the institution. And so these activities are not designed to say you will do it this way and only this way. It's how you become creative. That's why we have an institution here to show you how they're doing it within their institutions, within their budgets, and the limitations that they have. It's just that students have to be informed about this test and not just told, you're going to take a test, come into room 101, and you will spend the next whatever time it takes you to take it. There has to be some preparation so they can then go on the website themselves and be able to look at the test.
So based on the statewide participation in this, you are confident that the community colleges are prepared for this for September 2000, or August actually, 2013 to begin this process?
There's also a real important point that we probably should make. It's the first class day, which means that institutions can use the previous tests that are currently in place with those cut scores for any student who's going to enroll in fall of 2013. We met with institutions last week and found that there are 85% of the institutions in Texas, community colleges, that do not allow late enrollment. In other words, you enroll and that's it. You're not going to be allowed. Now, they may have flex entry courses where students can come in third week into the semester, but also having met with Austin Community College and Dr. Richard Rhodes' staff the other day, I'm not going to tell you there won't be some challenges, but they won't be facing the bulk of their students coming into the fall. It will be the spring semester. They start enrolling in October, but they will have time. And they have been made aware, this isn't just being told today for the first time, that they have pre-assessment work that they will need to do. Nor are they being told for the first time about holistic advising. It will take a rethinking of how you do it, but keep in mind that we've got to better serve students and place them based on where we know their strengths and weaknesses are. Otherwise, the sinking hole of 2 years in developmental education and then out the door, students find out they have no credit on their transcript and all the money they have invested. And even though the community college may not cost what a 4-year university costs, it is a cost to students. And so there has been a process, plus we will be working with institutions to help them as they do this. And it's not a prescriptive process. It's how do you do it within the situation of your institution based on your student need so that you can make sure that you're better serving your students.
Well, let me just clearly get from you, if I'm a student and maybe I'm an adult, I've been out of school 10 years, I come in and I take the test, and I only make adult basic education level. So what is your plan for me? What if I've already applied for a Pell Grant? Does the Pell Grant come through no matter what I did on this test?
On the students who qualify into adult basic education, as you will hear in just a minute, we are asking the institutions to continue to serve those students as they have this year in a transition year. We've got to begin to work with the institutions, work with communities. You know, we have 31 ABE projects across the state.
And those are in the colleges, not in the independent school districts?
Both. You have them in both. We have them in 24 of the community college institutions. And so in the next year, we will be working very closely with them. Keep in mind that the consideration of adult basic education being potentially moved to another agency, that's a collaborative effort that's going to have to take place. But we are not. We have already are letting the institutions know we do not want these students asked to leave their institutions on September the 1st or the first class day because they have placed into a different category. This will be a process we will be working through so that we can address this population. But to place them in developmental education and have them assuming that I'm going to be able to go into a credit-bearing course where I may have a fourth grade reading level, the skills should be to help them get into the workforce and to be able to get into an entry level. And who knows, 5 years, 10 years later, they may be ready to come back to take that additional level to raise their skills. And so I'd like to let Dr. Suzanne Morales-Vale speak to that. But there is a plan that's coming forth because we are as concerned as you all would be as a board of this population. The population is huge. In fact, I think Dr. Munoz, who's back there in the audience, who heads our effort, told me this morning that we only know the federal count of ABE students potentially in Texas, 3.9 million. And we're not serving but maybe a 3% of that population. So it's very real.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take us off the...
No, it was a good discussion.
I had this question kind of going on in my head. What are we going to do with this population? And my concern is that if we're doing Pell Grants already prior, because most of them apply for financial aid and then suddenly they're washed out, then what is the real process here? Does the money go back? Do they then just enroll in local classes? There's a huge, kind of murky area for me here.
Raymond, did you have some comments?
Yes, I wanted to let the board know about a concern that I have. I'm not suggesting that we delay the vote or that this affect the vote, but it's an anomaly that I've talked to colleagues at the coordinating board. I spoke to Chantel about this issue over the telephone yesterday.
College board.
Excuse me. Yes, Chantel from College Board. There's what seems to me to be an anomaly. If you look at pages 9 and 10, if you look at the number of students who would take the final assessment in reading now, 25% would be deemed college ready. And if you look at the following slide, 51% would be deemed college ready in writing. As a former English professor, I think I can tell you that it's conventional wisdom in that field that writing is a significantly higher order skill and test than reading is. Everybody in this room knows plenty of people that read perfectly well but have difficulty writing a coherent paragraph. And so I've asked the college board to come back with information about why that apparent anomaly is occurring, because it would seem to me that writing scores would have to be at either the same level or a lower level than the percentage of students that is passing the reading component. And so I've asked for more information about this issue and look forward to receiving it. The second point I wanted to make is have we taken a look at the students who are exempt from taking the TSI, and have we done some cross-referencing or testing of some of these students that are exempt to make sure that they genuinely should be exempt? Now, I know that a couple of categories we can't do much about, the military, for example, non-degree, non-certificate seekers, but have we looked at our cut scores and ACT and SAT? Looked at the students who take college, who've acquired college credit, to determine that they are actually college ready, so that exemption doesn't create more problems for us in terms of actual college readiness, ability to pass credit-bearing college courses.
I don't think that once you've been deemed college ready, we can't go back and retest them.
Well, that's my point. That's my point. Is there some way that we can take a sample of those students to make sure that those exemptions are legitimate? As I said, I know that the military exemption, there's nothing we can do about that, but
I don't know. We'd have to look into that, Commissioner, because of the statute of how it governs, where you can't go back and retest the student. I mean, we certainly can put that into discussion, but I don't have an answer at this time.
Are you asking, whether the cut scores for the ACT and SAT have been reevaluated for consistency
conformity
along with
these
the TSI?
new TSI standards to make sure that we won't create a problem for ourselves by exempting. It's a majority of students that come out of high school that are exempt, and yet, as far as I know, we haven't done any work to make sure that those exemptions are aligned with the standards of rigor that are embedded in the new TSI.
I can't speak to alignment, but what I can say is that vendors regularly, like College Board, look at predictive validity studies where they look at the scores on ACT and SAT, and they look at success in those gatekeeper courses to make sure that there is alignment, and they work with colleges to ensure that the cut scores that we used to have in place that we were able to adjust are appropriate. And so that kind of work takes place all the time.
Well, in our case, Commissioner, because this is a new test, that would have to be a study that would be done once we've implemented this test, to go back and then look at that data. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that would have to be a study that would follow once implemented. At this point, we wouldn't know that, so that we could answer that. But I would think that as we move forward, that would be a study to consider.
Well, that's what I'm suggesting. We take a look at that issue.
Right, I think that's correct, because you would need students in your study who have taken both the TSI and either ACT, SAT,
Sure.
and we just don't have that at the moment.
The other thing I failed to mention, and I wanted to bring it to the table based on the questions that Ms. Shepard asked, was to indicate also that we will be coming back in July with an operational plan for how we're going to address the ABE population. You will continue to hear this as we move through this process because of that transition year.
I think it's important that we realize that ABE population, I think we tend to view this as a societal problem. Really, those 3.9 million adults are a huge opportunity for our workforce. And so this is, I encourage this board and our staff to look at this as a great opportunity to bring folks into the workforce at a higher skill and training level that our employers need.
That's why I spoke to the collaboration that's going to have to take place between these agencies, not just ourselves, and certainly not just our community colleges. It's going to have to be a joint effort.
I'd like to make one quick statement. To follow up on what the Commissioner said, I'd be very interested in see if we can correlate SAT and ACT scores with these scores, because if we can investigate that through some form of study and come up with some, and I assume that ACT has some measure of predictability in terms of college readiness. I don't know to what extent that certainly that's built into the scoring of the test. But if you could correlate those, then why not just eliminate this type of testing and just go strictly on ACT and SAT scores? I mean, I don't know whether you could do that or not, but you could certainly save the institutions a lot of money if you would just standardize the whole process and then build into that a correlation between these test results over a period of time. Then you could be more, your SATs and ACTs might be more predictable and more, and our confidence level in those would go up.
The key difference in that scenario is that neither the SAT nor the ACT provide diagnostic information on students. So you could have a crosswalk or a concordance that said this magic number, here's how these two things relate to each other, and this is the college readiness standard. But you would be right back to the situation you're in now, which is that a single score is the end-all, be-all, and you would simply have a population of students that didn't hit the magic number, and what do we do for them? And that is the key difference in looking at a placement test of this nature with its diagnostic components.
So that's a good segue to one of the questions that I had. and whether Chantel or Judy or whoever wants to address this, and that is, I think I'd like to hear a little more about the granularity of the diagnostics embedded in the new assessment, because my understanding is that this is going to allow us to take students and not just plunk them into semester-long developmental education classes, but to have a range or a scale of addressing what they really need and get them into credit-bearing courses as quickly as possible. Can you describe how that's going to work?
Certainly. So I am a student. I have come in. I am not exempt in one or more courses based on my ACT or SAT scores or military or whatever. I'm going to take the new TSI. If I do not achieve the college readiness cut scores that we have recommended here, so instead of getting a 350 in math, I get a 348 or a 341, I'm going to then see a diagnostic version of that same test, and that diagnostic is going to cover, and I'll just keep using math as my example, elementary algebra, intermediate algebra, geometry and measurement, data statistics and probability. So instead of walking away from that diagnostic with the single score, as I did off the original placement test, I will have scores for each of those 4 areas. And that score will indicate whether I am proficient in that content, have some limited proficiency, or I need improvement. And the idea then is that a faculty member or an advisor can look at that information in conjunction with the original score and say, okay, fine, elementary algebra, you're good. You were proficient. Intermediate algebra, not so much. Great with probability and statistics. And can start looking and fine-tuning for that student a better placement. Perhaps it's a StatWays program. But the idea is to get away from the single score. I have more to work with, and the information provided to the student and the advisor is more targeted. This is what the student was asked to do. This is how well they performed at that task. And then they can take that information forward and, to your point, make the more specific, applicable intervention that the student needs as opposed to an automatic 16-week course.
So, to me, this is the highest value of what we're about to do. And so my follow-up question is, in general, is how ready are our community colleges to take advantage of that diagnostic information and place students in credit-bearing courses where they get the developmental concept they lack, whether it takes 2 days, 2 weeks, or 2 months?
I would say they're getting there. This is very new. To your point, and also to your point, this is the biggest value out of the process I think many of them see. Community colleges are already making significant strides into more modularized placement, and this is bringing the assessment in line with that effort and providing them the tools to make better placement decisions. We've already mocked up the reports that students will see. We've already shared out the performance level descriptors that will appear on the score reports with faculty. That's all available on websites already. People can begin to work with it. We will be doing another series of presentations and webinars throughout the summer and the fall, again, as things become more operational and people have to start living with the new instrument in terms of how to use the results and what they mean. Simply delivering up the instrument in August is not the end of the process by any stretch of the imagination. There is so much about this that's new and very rich that we will be engaged in these conversations for a long time.
Will students have the opportunity to receive the diagnostic information, go get the developmental, if they were weak in geometry or intermediate algebra, go do something about that and retake the assessment?
Yes.
Yes. And it's an immediate response. You have your profile right. You're not waiting days to get it. You'll have it immediately.
So it's near real time.
That's right.
Response, that's pretty cool. So the other question I had, and maybe this is for Deanna, was about the methodology that the College Board used with the moving of after the faculty's rich discussion about why they placed their bookmarks where they did. Then they moved their bookmarks, as you termed it. You took that information. What was the methodology that you then used to set the recommended cut scores we're about to vote on? Was it did you just take the median or the mean, or how did you arrive at that?
Because the mean can be influenced by extreme values. If one person, puts their bookmark really, really high or really, really low, it can skew the results away from what most people are in favor of. We take a median across those values that each panelist has recommended. And then because this is a CAT, a computer adaptive test, that median is the median bookmark placement, the placement within the book of items that they're reviewing and making judgments about. And so for each of those items, we know the difficulty and the associated theta value. And theta is what the computer adaptive test operates off of. And so it's that theta that then gets linked to the scale scores on that 310 to 390 scale. And so whatever theta came from where that bookmark was placed is what then became the scale score recommendation.
So that process essentially reduces the influence of the more eccentrically placed bookmarks, so to speak.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Members, anyone else have any further questions before I call for a motion? All right. Judy, do we want to take these one at a time?
I would take them one at a time so that they are recorded. The first one being the acceptance of the Cause Committee's recommendation to accept the college ready cut score and phase-in process as indicated.
Move to approve. I have a motion from Harold. Is there a second? A second from David Tischer. All in favor of the motion, please vote aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Secondly, we want to consider the recommendation from staff on the developmental education cut scores that you see on the screen in front of you. Can I have a motion regarding that?
So move.
I have a motion from Harold, a second from Dennis. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Thank you.
Dr. Suzanne Morales-Vale will now speak to and answer some of the questions that have been raised in terms of our next step, our policy implications, and as I indicated, we will also be coming back to the committee as well as the board in June and July.
Thank you, Dr. Laredo. My name is Suzanne Morales-Vale of the Coordinating Board. I would like to take some time to specifically address various policies and developmental ed program initiatives that will play important roles in all aspects of supporting the Texas Success Initiative, including the requirement of this pre-assessment preparation, recommendations focusing on improvements in assessing and placing students, the redesign of developmental education coursework and interventions to promote acceleration and improved learning. An important rule change approved by the board in October 2012 that requires the support of the new TSI assessment comes into effect with the new TSI assessment this fall, and that is the requirement for the pre-assessment activity, which for the first time mandates preparation for the test. National research also supports such efforts to require some planning and forethought on the student's part prior to the student taking the test, whose results have such an important influence on a student's academic career. 4 minimum components are required, and research indicates that students who are exposed to this type of activity, while maybe not necessarily completely testing out of developmental education, often test up and reduce at least one level, and then therefore reducing the time in developmental education. This mandate also provides enough flexibility for institutions to consider their own resources and their population to ensure the most effective and efficient delivery. Once students take the test, they will then see an advisor, counselor, or faculty member to determine the most appropriate next steps for the students. This new assessment plays a key role in addressing a differentiated placement as required in House Bill 1244 of the 82nd Legislature. Currently, common practice is to make placement decisions based largely on a student's assessment result. However, we are proposing to amend the TSI rules to include holistic factors in addition to the student's assessment when determining the best placement for students. As Dr. Gratchek and Dr. Laredo discussed earlier, the new assessment will provide a diagnostic profile available immediately upon completion of the students taking the test. In addition to the scale score, this profile will provide a red, yellow, and green visual snapshot of the student's specific strengths and weaknesses in 4 key strand areas per subject. Institutions will be asked to consider additional factors, including high school GPA class ranking, prior coursework, and non-cognitive factors such as level of motivation and self-efficacy. And also, of course, those family life issues that can often act as barriers and obstacles for students' persistence and course completion. So when you have 2 students with exactly the same scores, you may have very different interventions in terms of recommending the best way to accelerate them through successful completions. This holistic advising process will better inform the placement of underprepared students into options that improve and accelerate their success. Texas Developmental Education Redesign is focusing on a number of initiatives. I'd like to highlight 4 of them. We have the integration of developmental education, reading and writing at the upper level. This is for students who are closest to being college ready, where the curriculum is integrated to reflect actually what students are expected to know and do in their college courses. This initiative is supported through a coordinating board-sponsored year-long professional development program as well. Mainstream and course pairing occurs when students co-enroll in credit-bearing coursework and targeted developmental education support, completely designed in that developmental education support to support the student's success in the credit-bearing class. The non-course competency-based options, also known as NCBOs, are flexible, individualized remedial interventions. And as noted earlier, Dr. Laredo discussed the modular emporium style, which is a hybrid model which often integrates technology, enabling self-paced but closely monitored progress. These reform efforts move students away from traditional 16-week courses into flexible and individualized options that address students' weak areas while continuing to build on their strengths. As mentioned previously, this college readiness assessment is the first of its kind in the nation to identify skill sets of students who are college ready and to differentiate those in need of remediation who have skill sets at the developmental education levels and, of course, as mentioned already, what is different now also at the adult basic ed levels. Identification of these skill levels can be an important factor because it improves how institutions are able to individualize the specific supports to match the student's needs. There are 2 questions driving adult basic ed policy and program considerations. First, who are these students testing below high school levels? And second, how are they being served? The answers to these 2 questions will help us as the state transitions and the institutions transition to the new assessment and as colleges work to address the needs of students. As already noted, the ability for most institutions to identify students with skill sets below high school levels is new. We will therefore need to determine how to best incorporate this new important information. With adult basic education, we use the term adult because students are requiring remediation are increasingly those with life characteristics of the adult learner in that they are attending part-time, employed, many have children, and many have been out of school for long periods of time. How many students make up this group? We don't know exactly. However, estimates range from 4% to upwards of 40%. These rates are hard to predict. Most students are not coming directly from high school, and most are not currently assessed at these skill levels. To the second question, currently students with skill sets at the ABE levels are often being served through courses offered through developmental education because it's the current mechanism that colleges have for supporting this population. Some do not have high school or high school diplomas or GEDs and are served through community and federally funded programs external to the colleges. Those coming to community colleges often have high school completions, but nevertheless are coming in with very low skill levels. These students are served by community colleges, some with courses 6 and 7 levels below college ready. Colleges are still expected to serve this population of students and not turn them away just because their academic skill levels are below developmental education levels. However, developmental education was never designed to serve the needs of these particular students. These colleges serve students at lower levels now. Yes, we think that is very highly likely, but we do not have the data yet to show exactly what degree is this case, which is why we are proposing a transition year. You can imagine that any policies would look very different if only 4% of the population tests into versus 40% tests into these levels. Board staff are proposing a transition year. The most important point of the proposal is that institutions continue to serve students using current DE structures and funding models, since there is no coordinating board funding designated for ABE instruction. This will be a key issue for staff and stakeholders to consider in the coming months. What follows is a broad outline of planning that board staff is proposing. Staff intend to bring to the board at the next meeting in July a more detailed plan, which will also be able to take into better consideration potential governance changes. We propose to engage in data analysis, which will focus on who and how many students test into ABE levels, with important consideration for their educational goals. Institutions should continue to identify resources internal to the college and to the community. These resources are at the center of informing campus planning and statewide policy considerations. Much communication and collaboration has already happened in the state, and these efforts will intensify in the next year to better understand how the new assessment and the new rules will affect colleges. Of course, we will continue collaboration with the Texas Workforce Commission, with institutions, Texas Education Agency, workforce development boards, and business and industry. We will continue to scale programs that are showing promise in transitioning these lower-skilled students into post-secondary academic and workforce programs. Most importantly, we must emphasize the proposed transition year. As noted earlier, our initial estimates for this group of lower-skilled students range from 4 to 40%. We know any policies that the coordinating board may consider will look very different once those populations are identified. This is the first time most institutions will have this information available to them, so they will need time to find the best opportunities and options to help ensure the success of this group of students. When considering future ABE program policies and practice considerations, at the top of the slide are listed several initiatives currently being scaled in Texas. These focus mainly on integration of basic skills with career and technical training, many leading to higher education certifications. Regarding future policy considerations, once the new TSI assessment is implemented and data are analyzed, we will have a better idea of the policies that may need to be changed or addressed. Some of these may include, but of course are not limited to, the reallocation of funds from DE coursework to support effective transition of basic skills students into college or career readiness programs. Another possible policy change may address changes to the community college statute to identify alternate instructional models for students who fall within these basic skill levels. We should consider an increase in funding to adult education to support this population's transition to post-secondary education and training opportunities. Lastly, conversations should include financial aid considerations. A recent article in the Chronicle of Higher Ed described a proposal to create separate pathways for Pell Grant recipients, one for younger students and one for adult learners, with a greater focus on support for workforce and job training goals. This is a national conversation we will be watching closely. It should also be noted that many of these policy considerations may require legislative action. So how are colleges and universities embracing the work of these redesign efforts? At this time, I'd like to introduce Dr. Quentin Wright, Executive Dean from Mountain View College in the Dallas Community College District, and also a member of the DevEd Advisory Committee.
Good morning. I'm Quentin Wright. I'm Dean of Communication. I'm from Mountain View College. We have about 9,000 students. We're the first Hispanic serving institution in North Texas. We're led by President Felix Amore. He's in the audience right now. As Dr. Morales-Vale has stated, I've served on the Developmental Advisory Committee now for a couple of years. I was part of the Assessment Task Force. I was evaluating on the most recent round of Scaling and Sustaining Success grants, and I've been able to give some input on many of the proposed rules that has been discussed. The reason why I'm here is to talk about how the opportunity to serve on the Development Advisory Board is helping us to redesign the way we approach developmental education. We understand that it's important to have in-class innovations, but we realize that if we're really going to serve the needs of these students, that it's going to take a college-wide effort that begins whenever students walk through the door. At Mountain View, we're like many other community colleges across the state. From 2006 to 2011, we experienced 110% enrollment growth in our developmental areas. Just under 75% of all incoming students in Mountain View need either remediation and reading, writing, or math. And as we started looking at completion data and looking at our graduation rates, we noticed that those that start in developmental education, their graduation rates are not where we want them to be, especially whenever they have to take multiple levels in any area. And so to give you an idea of where we were and kind of where we're going, despite having some great faculty members in the district, a few years ago, our course success rates in reading dropped to 26%. We were trying to figure out what happened, and we looked at some data, and we realized that nearly a third of the students were coming in at levels that we just were not prepared to teach. Many of these students were coming in at a 5th and 6th grade reading level. Now, fortunately, we had a Title V grant. We implemented a program, and we've turned things around. However, we realized early on that that's just not enough if we're going to really take on the developmental situation that we have. So what we've done in Mountain View is that we created a TSI task force. We're divided into 3 areas. We have that are led by vice presidents. We have a vice president of instruction, a vice president of enrollment services, and a vice president of business services, in which continuing ed reports to her. We have representatives from each area, including advisors, admissions, faculty, instructional support, even marketing is involved in this, research, and so forth. We're using Senate Bill 162, the statewide developmental education plan, as our guide, and we're moving forward with several initiatives. One of the initiatives that we have is what we call an AccuPlacer Boot Camp. This is just a 2-hour test preparation. We started this about a year ago, and we offered it to local high school students. We offered it to incoming students, and we also offered it to students who just wanted to brush up, so to speak, on the AccuPlacer. We had some students who had previous scores, and so far we have seen success. For instance, those students who went into the boot camp and had previous scores in reading, 71% either moved up a level or they became college ready in reading. Now, starting this summer, this is going to be part of a larger scale pre-assessment activity in which all students will be required to go through. We're doing this because we found that many of our students that are landing in developmental, they did so just because they tested badly on that particular day, and they did not necessarily need the course. So we're hoping to remedy that. But whenever students do enter into developmental education, for the past year we've been working on non-course based options. Some have worked well, some we're still working on, but some examples of what we've been doing is that we created we mainstream students who are near college ready in writing into an English composition course. What we have these students do is that for half the semester they meet once a week in a non-course based option. So far, and our results are early, but so far these students are performing just as well as the students that test directly into the English courses. And we also have some 2-week accelerated courses. These are for our writing programs. This is whenever a student needs just certain aspects of the sentence structure exam, or they need just help in the essay. In reading, we have created a modulated course using the current AccuPlacer diagnostic. Students will come into the course. There's a tutor and there's an instructor in the classroom. They work on just the areas that they may be deficient in, such as implied main idea. Whenever the students master in those areas, then we allow the student to complete the course and exit at that particular point. So they work at their own pace. In math, we're developing currently a non-course based option to pair with a college-level stats course. So that way when students do well, and we want to use the TSI assessment, the diagnostic assessment, the stats portion of it, to inform this placement. But whenever students are near college readiness, they'll be able to get into a college-level math course. This is in addition to this Emporium model that we've been using now for the past year. This is a very efficient model for us in math. We have been able to reduce the number of sections that we offer in our lower level math class from 21 to 9. We did so by doubling the class sizes, allowing students to be able to work at their own pace while still having offering the instructional and tutor support to the students. We're scaling this up into our upper level math classes right now just because of how well it worked in our lower levels. But to show you how we're trying to all work together, on the instruction side, we have handed this a 2-year non-course-based option plan to our advisors. And our advisors are developing holistic advising models to determine the best way to place students in these options. So, for example, we're looking at the LASSE, which is out of the University of Texas, and they have a time management scale. And we're looking to see if that scale would be a good placement factor for students into this Emporium model that we're talking about, since it is kind of an accelerated self-paced model. But lastly, we've realized, and we're very early in this process, that if we're going to truly serve our students, that we have to offer opportunities for gainful employment. Developmental education can be kind of like a black hole for students. And so we have noticed that whenever students place into an area and they need more than 2 levels, that their chances of actually exiting that area, that particular area, are very low. In fact, in reading, we have found that it can be as low as 20% chance. We are now in the process of reducing the number of levels that we have, but prior to this, we have had as many as 4 levels of reading, 4 levels of writing, 5 levels of math. And once we start seeing the research that the students that start in the lower levels and they need more than 2 courses, their chances of just becoming college ready were just very slim. And so we're very early on in this process, but our continuing education dean is working with our technical education dean, and we're trying to create a combination of contextualized courses and career pathways for students. We read through the Texas Workforce Commission report from this past November, and we want to stick with some of the same principles where students will have the opportunity to gain a credential within 1 year, and then if they want to continue on, to be able to continue on to an Associate of Applied Science degree. We're still very early on in this process, but that's our goal, and that's kind of where we're moving at this particular point. But for us, these changes have been about understanding that it really takes a community within our college to meet the needs of these students. I've had the opportunity to serve on the advisory board, and I've met some great faculty from around the state, and we have great programs. You know, you can go to South Texas and find a very good program in accelerated learning. You can go to West Texas and find a great contextualized courses. Within our own district, we have a college that has some very good modulated courses. But all of those are in pockets. And what these changes are providing for us is just a framework for rethinking the way we approach developmental education and to bring kind of a more statewide change. It's still early on, but it's, in my own opinion, that these changes are helping us to move in the right direction. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Morales-Vail.
Thank you, Dr. Wright, for this candid and insightful description of your college's engagement with these reform efforts. It's been very important to include the higher education community as collaborators in this work. It's also important, however, that we communicate with the wider field. One of our most important roles is to keep faculty, staff, and administrators informed of the status of the TSI assessment and developmental education and ABE reform efforts. To that end, we have partnered with Austin Community College to hold monthly informational webinars on various topics. The best part of these webinars is the Q&A session held at the end, where we learn just as much as I hope we learn as they learn from us. These webinars are very popular, and I'm often thanked by folks in the field that we have provided this valuable resource. Our most recent webinar was held March 28th, and tomorrow is our next webinar. And we'll be discussing, hopefully, the proposed TSI and rule changes. In addition, starting this past February and continuing through August, Chantel Reynolds of the College Board has been holding weekly day-long training sessions for TSI administrators. As we get closer to the implementation date, the College Board consultants will be working with each individual institution to ensure a seamless transition into the new assessment. We also continue to present at various conferences and forums held all across the state, send updates to leadership at each institution, as well as hold regular meetings with colleges to ensure this seamless transition and to make sure that all the questions are addressed to the best of our ability and to provide the appropriate resources. This brings us to the end of our presentation today. Please let us know if we can answer any questions, and we thank you for your attention.
Thank you. That was a very thorough and well-done presentation, and we appreciate it. Members, are there any final questions? If not, I want to reiterate something Suzanne said, and that is that we do welcome input from faculty, staff, administrators, and all other interested parties in the implementation process and throughout this transitional year that we've been discussing regarding all the information staff has presented today. As Suzanne mentioned, there will be a series of webinars, and which is the information's on this last slide, and I want to encourage all stakeholders in the audience and those who are listening on the internet to tune into the next webinar, which is from 1 to 3 p.m. tomorrow, correct? And so to participate in this discussion and register, to find recordings of past webinars and dates for upcoming future webinars, the site is, and I don't know if it's on the screen, so I'll read it off, irt.austinCC.edu/IDS/THECB/. So if you didn't get that down, questions and comments can also be emailed to Kendra Horn at kendra.horn, and that's Kendra with a K, at thecb.state.tx.us. And today's presentation, along with all of the information, will be available on our website. So, Judy, thank you, and panel members, thank you for your work. Next, we will move to Agenda Item 5. And since that item is a recognition of excellence, just a couple quick things I want to point out before we dive into this item. One is, if you haven't noticed already, that Senator Judith Zaffarini and her office have kindly provided each of the board members with your official navy blue 83rd Legislature coffee mugs. I've already put mine into good use.
Did Dennis get one too?
It appears he did.
Dennis got one.
Secondly, I should have pointed this out earlier, but at your places, there's a letter from our Kenneth Ashworth Fellowship awardee, Carol Gilson, quite well written about her poignant experience that has led her to pursue the work she's pursuing with her master's at UT. She, like many of our students, is a successful transfer student from, in this case, ACC. So I encourage you to read Carol's letter. The recognition of excellence is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight the outstanding work of our education faculty and administrators in institutional programs around our great state. Dr. Jay Horton, Director of the Center for Obesity, Diabetes, and Metabolism Research, is here to give us a presentation on the excellent research that's being conducted by this center at the UT Southwestern Medical Center. Dr. Horton. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this honor and giving me the opportunity to present some of the work we've been doing over the past several years at UT Southwestern. I obviously represent a very large number of talented investigators, graduate students, postdoctoral fellows, technicians who have done almost all the work that I'll present today. The concept of this center we actually initiated in about 2003. And it was driven out of the need, the recognized problem of obesity, as well as an opportunity. We thought we had this core scientific expertise to make significant inroads in diabetes and its sequelae. And so we applied for a planning grant, actually, through the NIH, which we were awarded. And ultimately, we were awarded a larger a grant 3 years later to support this project. During that time in 2007, the state also provided money to support this center, which we then leveraged to get this larger funding mechanism through the NIH. It was called a roadmap grant at the time. It was designed to foster a different type of research they called interdisciplinary research, and the idea was that they wanted to support programs to try to address complex diseases, which obesity is. And we applied for that. It turned out to be, I think, roughly a $21 million grant, and we were the center chosen to address obesity, diabetes, and its metabolic research in 2007. Much of what I'll show you, though, is just results from the past couple of years. This actually comes from Susan Combs' recent publication about a year ago. This is Texas, and you can see we're nearing the point where we will cross and have as many obese individuals as we have normal weight. And as you know, 2/3 of the Texan population, over 2/3, are overweight at this time. It's not obesity per se necessarily that causes a lot of the problems. It's the associated diseases, diabetes, heart disease in particular, high blood pressure, stroke, cancer, and we're learning now is fatty liver disease is also a major issue, where about 1/3 of the population has too much fat in their liver that can lead to cirrhosis and ultimately liver failure. And so we want to develop a comprehensive program to try to address as many of these important health issues as we could. And so this is the overall purpose and structure of the center. They're fairly straightforward. Our number one goal, of course, is to accelerate research to ultimately improve public health. And to do this, we thought the interdisciplinary approach was a good one because it allowed scientists with specific expertise provide a mechanism for them to actually interact in a more productive manner with other scientific investigators with additional areas of expertise to try to comprehensively investigate obesity and its metabolic sequelae. To do this, we thought we needed to develop and cultivate additional state-of-the-art research programs, and again, by maintaining specific infrastructure which allowed crosstalk between various scientific disciplines. And then ultimately we wanted to support the translation of our very basic scientific discoveries into something that in humans that would reduce the time it takes, hopefully, where we go from a gene to actually produce a meaningful medical outcome. And I'll give you one example of that in a little bit, where it's actually worked significantly or very well. And then down the road, we wanted to attract additional federal and private funding, of course, and then ultimately we hope to cultivate this cutting-edge research with the idea that we could develop commercializable therapies as well. And so I'll try to give you just a vignette of maybe each of those. This is the overall structure. We have advisory committees that help us with big decisions, both internal and external. Within the university, we manage and try to coordinate the efforts of a variety of centers, all of whom have important research roles in obesity or various components or metabolic sequelae of obesity. And then the other important function is we've been able to develop core laboratories at the university, which often contain very expensive, technically demanding equipment that each individual investigator would not necessarily be able to afford or have access to. And by providing these core laboratories, we can provide this cutting-edge technology to all of the investigators, again, with the hope that it will significantly enhance their research. And you can see we have a number of core laboratories that we've established and maintained through this funding mechanism to support this effort. So just a snapshot of the last 2 years, which is what our report actually contained. We have been successful in obtaining external grant support. Roughly $159 million has been secured in additional funding for the past 2 years. This is about 10 times the state investment of $15 million. We currently have 68 core faculty members and about 200 that are affiliated with the center. This resulted in over 700 publications in these 2 years, and 42 patents have actually been filed based on the research done. Our ultimate research objectives are pretty simple. Again, to foster these interdisciplinary interactions, which you would think is easy, but as you know, we all develop our own silos, and scientists are not different than others. They get very interested in their own various specific areas and don't often reach out to others unless absolutely necessary. And we thought if we could break down some of these barriers, again, we'd have more success in moving projects forward. And we wanted to cultivate these research programs and ultimately support translation to humans. And so This just gives you an example of the compartmentalization that it can easily exist, and that we hope that the center would break down. And so we have a large number of investigators that study the brain. We know that this tiny area of the brain is very important in regulating your appetite and energy expenditure. These researchers, though, found out that not only does this tiny area of the brain do that, it also regulates how your sugar is metabolized in your liver and your fat is metabolized in your liver. And so they didn't have the expertise necessarily to study that. So, again, they could take advantage of the investigators on the right-hand side who do study those issues in liver and allowed them to take their research beyond this tiny area of the brain onto the liver. And likewise, we can take advantage of other areas of expertise such as nutrition and metabolism, where we have a large number of investigators that study both humans and animal models, as well as bringing in human genetics and other translational researchers so that when a discovery was ready to be moved forward, we could do that either through the use of human genetics or translation. And, of course, it all starts with good investigators. Just on this slide alone, I think we have 2 Nobel Prize winners, 7 National Academy members, and 4 Howard Hughes investigators. And so some of the best scientists at Southwestern actually work in this center. And so we obviously want to be able to have measures of our success or lack thereof. And one of the measures of success that we view being important is to actually establish new scientific paradigms. So discover something that actually is actually changing the way we think about the way the body reacts to either obesity or the various diseases associated with it. These are just a few examples that have come out of the research. Brain, we found that these areas in the brain that regulate the liver physiology, as I told you, which was completely unexpected. Brown and Goldstein, 2 of our Nobel laureates, discovered a new hormone in the stomach that turns out to regulate your appetite and mood as well. Transcription factor, again, in the brain that, again, couples anxiety and obesity, again, bringing psychiatry into the component of obesity. A new hormone from the liver has been discovered that controls how your fat in your peripheral fat cells can regulate the metabolism of fat. A new enzyme in the liver, which is a very exciting one, that's very recent, that the investigators have shown determines your progression from just having fat in your liver to cirrhosis. This is the first enzyme or first link we've had, actually, first discovery, where we've been able to actually identify a protein that seems to be involved in this progression. And as I said, 1/3 of the population has a fatty liver, so this is a very intense area of investigation. And then 2 proteins that regulate how much fat you have in your blood. So these discoveries are great, but then again, you want to be able to translate them and ultimately can they be translated into something meaningful in people? And we have a few examples, again, of where this has occurred in the relatively short time where we've had this center operational. One in treating cholesterol. And again, cholesterol goes up in obesity. And so hypercholesterolemia and heart disease is a big issue associated with obesity. And we've discovered a new protein to treat hypercholesterolemia, which I'll tell you about in detail in the next slide. Others for the high fat in the blood, I mentioned. Obesity, the GOAT, which is we use lots of abbreviations, as you can see, it's alphabet soup, which I know mean nothing to you, but or to most people. But this is, again, this new hormone that regulates your appetite. Fatty liver and cirrhosis, as I mentioned, a new target for type 2 diabetes, and then a new drug target for type 1 diabetes. Again, the first additional drug actually since the discovery of insulin. And so those are all in various aspects of clinical trials currently based on the work done by the center, mostly at major pharmaceutical companies, not so much by companies that we've developed. But the one example I will show is this protein called PCSK9, again, an alphabet soup, which I know doesn't mean anything, but it's in everybody's blood. We all have it circulating around our body. We discovered it in 2003 as a gene that we knew how it was regulated, didn't know what it did at the time. Made an animal model, showed that this fortunate mouse had a low cholesterol. And the reason it had a low cholesterol, we determined by working with the metabolism people and showed that it had low cholesterol levels because it cleared more cholesterol from the blood. So that's great if you're a mouse. But the mice live longer and don't have heart attacks. But obviously the goal is to get this to humans. And so how could you most easily facilitate that? And again, when you have a core group of individuals like we have who study genetics and translation, this becomes possible because Helen Hobbs and her colleagues have at their access a Dallas Heart Study, which is a large cohort of Dallas individuals who agreed to be studied, gave their DNA. So they looked in the Dallas Heart Study for mutations in this particular protein and found actually 2% of African Americans carry a mutation which removes half of the protein from the body. And those individuals had very low cholesterol levels. And so this served as a springboard for another collaboration with Eric Borwinkle at the Public Health at UT Houston. And he has a larger cohort of 15,000 people where he's followed over 15 years, and they have cardiovascular event data. So then Dr. Hobbs and Cohen could look in this population for these same mutations and found that indeed individuals that had this mutation had lower PCSK9 in their blood, had an 88% reduction in cardiovascular events. And so this essentially was an outcome trial. And then companies, of course, recognized that this was a validated drug target. And in 2011, inhibitors of this protein were in the clinic. And starting this year, they're in the final phase 3 of developing inhibitors to this, which is the last stage before going to the FDA for approval. The phase 2 data suggests that the inhibitors of this protein will lower your cholesterol by about 70%. And so this is one success story, but I think the most remarkable thing is, I mean, it's always remarkable to get something to clinic these days especially, but is the speed at which it occurred. And so we went from a gene in 2003, which we knew nothing about, to something that was in the clinic in 2011. And again, this can't happen with just single investigators, and it requires a center and a center mentality in order to move these very basic discoveries forward into the clinic. And then with the help of the pharmaceutical companies, of course, if they're all interested, then it can move very fast into phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. The hope is that phase 3 will be completed possibly as early as 2016, maybe a little bit longer. But nevertheless, this is probably the shortest time that there's been from discovery of a gene to actual development of a therapy. One of our other goals, of course, is to teach and to disseminate this knowledge elsewhere. And we have a number of mechanisms where we've developed through various centers different ways to do this at various levels, both from children all the way through teachers and other community individuals. One program we've developed for outreach is called BEANS, for Balancing Exercise Nutrition for Students program. It's developed by our Nutrition Center. So far they've gone to and provided educational courses for over 7,500 Dallas Independent School District elementary students. And they're providing programs about diet and exercise for obesity prevention. Obviously, we'd like to never have to use drugs. Ultimately, this is where we have to start. We've also conducted numerous workshops and then mentored high school students, teachers throughout the summer research through internship programs through our STARS or Science Teacher Access to Research program. We've had about 75 of those workshops in the last 2 years. The same STARS program, we had the symposium this year for the teachers was also centered on obesity and diabetes, and we had over 176 individuals actually participate in that symposium as well. And then we've also provided an additional symposium to the general public on weight management in last September. So again, a snapshot of economic development as a result of this center. Again, as I mentioned before, in the last 2 years we've obtained almost $160 million of external grant funding to support various projects within this center. These are obviously high-skilled jobs that this supports. 42 patents, 21 patents have actually been issued, and we have 14 additional technologies that have been licensed or optioned to other industrial partners. Just 3 examples of this. The work done by our brain group has led to the approval of a drug called Belvig. This is the first anti-obesity drug that's been approved by the FDA in actually the last 12 years, and that just happened this past year. Other investigators in the center have developed a new treatment for a rare disease called Niemann-Pick. But even though it's in this disease, you accumulate too much cholesterol and fat in your brain, and neural tissues, it's 100% lethal for children. But they've developed a new treatment to try to reverse this now, and it's undergoing large-scale clinical investigations now. And then one of the groups has started their own company. And again, this is a Lone Star Heart company, and it's centered on developing ways to use stem cells to regenerate new heart muscle. So for people that have heart failure or have had large heart attacks, the hope is that these stem cells will regrow normal heart cells to restore the heart function back to normal. So I will stop now, and thank you again for this opportunity. I really appreciate that, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
It's amazing work. Members, questions? Durga?
Yes, sir. Dr. Horton, this is very, very impressive, amazing. Like Fred said, have you studied benefits of yoga and deep breathing?
Deep breathing and yoga.
Patients.
Yes. No, we have not yet. That's a very interesting idea. We haven't had the scientists with that specific area of interest yet, but it would be certainly an interesting area to go into. We have, as I said, we have engaged a lot of our psychiatrists, but not so much of our physical therapists and other means of which to address obesity and some of the sequelae associated with it.
Do you know Dr. Lorenzo Cohen at MD Anderson, who got a grant from NIH, and he's doing a lot of research with the cancer patients?
In hypertensive?
Yes, all kind of research he's doing. He has a NIH grant, and he may be doing some research with the obese patients and so on.
No, I don't actually know him, but we're always looking for opportunities.
Lorenzo Cohen, have you heard his name?
I don't know him.
I see name here, Cohen.
Correct. Jonathan Cohen.
It's not the same Cohen.
It is not the same Cohen. No, Dr. Cohen is one of our geneticists at UT Southwestern. He's from South Africa, actually. Very talented, but he's not the same one at MD Anderson.
You may want to look up and see what he's doing. He's published a lot of papers.
Absolutely. It's certainly any opportunity we have to interact and collaborate with, especially with other Texas institutions like we did with PCSK9 with UT Houston, certainly we look for. We also have an interactive program with Texas A&M, actually, where we share seminar series and so forth. So we're always looking for those opportunities.
Well, I think Durga's onto something. I've noticed that deep breathing often helps me get through these meetings.
Yeah.
Harold, you had a question?
Doctor, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to mention to you that for most of these things, if you need a poster boy, I'm available.
Always looking for subjects.
but in looking at all of this, I mean, aren't most of the time, aren't we our own worst enemy?
Oh, absolutely.
As far as our diet, alcohol, smoking. So in many cases, if we're able to change that and exercise, then there won't necessarily be a need for these things. This is going to be for those of us that choose not to address that directly ourselves.
You are absolutely right. This is 100% self-induced. It's because, and we know that because if we bring patients into our GCRC where we control the amount of food that they can eat and we can control their exercise, everybody loses weight if we restrict their diet. But
when can I move in?
Yeah.
I thought you were asking me.
It's a very expensive way to lose weight. But
if you could take Belvic, you could keep up your bad habits.
But what's interesting, though, is that if you take those same people and you give them, a big steak and potatoes meal, not everybody stops eating at the same time. And everyone has a different sensation of when they're full. Everyone has a different sensation of the way they perceive food, when they should stop eating. Some people, probably like myself, would make sure I ate all of it no matter what. Others, when they feel full, stop. And, why understanding that may help. But you're absolutely right. This is 100% self-induced. But the fact is, as a physician, I'm a gastroenterologist, actually. We still have 2/3 of the population today that we have to deal with, and we have to deal with these diseases. And the best way to address this problem is in childhood, obviously, where we still have a massive childhood obesity problem. And you're right, it's diet and exercise. Very simple. And we've been spectacularly unsuccessful at making headway into those very two simple concepts.
Is there just one? Is there, generally speaking, an amount of alcohol that you can consume on a daily basis without it having a negative impact?
Yeah, so I always have to be careful here. I mean, the official medical advice is, of course, none. But as a gastroenterologist and a hepatologist, I do know a little bit about this. And so for a man, we suggest not more than 60 grams a day. And for a woman, it's actually less. So that translates into 2 to 3 drinks a day, which is, again, more than what we typically would recommend anyone actually take. For a woman, it's less. It's 1 to 2. But and we think that that level is safe as far as it comes to cirrhosis. But I have to say, with the discovery of this new protein that we call PNPLA3, those numbers may or may not be accurate for people that carry this mutation, where they're more likely to develop cirrhosis, because it turns out alcohol, and if these individuals carry this mutation, they also are more likely to get cirrhosis with much less alcohol. And it's a big deal, especially in our Hispanic population, because 50% of Hispanics carry this polymorphism, carry this change. Caucasians about 23%, African Americans about 10 or 18. So so those numbers you have to take with a grain of salt, because they were determined based on a general population who may or may not carry this particular gene change.
Janelle?
Great presentation. I really appreciate it. Tell me, what are your outcomes that you're looking for on your BEANS project and the workshops? I see you only started in 2011. Yes. So have you had outcomes that you can measure yet?
So we have immediate outcomes with the BEANS program. We have, the children are actually provided response devices, and even during and after the presentations, they are collecting data on how well they received and retained the immediate information. Long term, the goal is to follow these kids in through the DISD, but we don't have data on that yet. We've just recently started that, and potentially we'd like to develop programs where we go back to these same individuals later in their education, because right now we're focusing on the elementary age, and
so your plan is
we'd
to
like
follow,
to get longitudinal follow-up.
So you're talking 20 years, follow them for as long as you possibly can.
If we can continue to afford to support this, yes.
Very good.
I mean, it's always dependent upon funding, but that's our plan.
Just to follow up on Janelle's question, is the BEANS program, is that available more broadly throughout the state?
Be happy to make it available, yes. We've been a little hesitant to do that because we don't have outcomes. And, I'm certainly a big believer that anything that we want to invest and implement in a large-scale manner, that we should have pretty decent data suggesting that it's beneficial. And I'm not sure that, so we haven't advertised this yet because we don't know that this is going to be, we don't have proof that this is going to be effective.
I know in South Texas there's a lot of focus on diabetes, particularly childhood diabetes. Absolutely. Right now, and it strikes me that the network of our children's hospitals would be a great way to try to distribute this program and the learning and the metrics that come from it.
Yes, that would be the hope, especially down the road. If we have indication that this is that it is helpful and beneficial, that would be the ultimate goal, would be to distribute this actually beyond Texas as well.
Yes, yeah.
Sure. But you're absolutely right. The border is one of the hotbeds, and that's where we have the greatest incidence of obesity, diabetes.
Corpus Christi, where I'm originally from, Driscoll Children's Hospital has a significant outreach in this area. Munir, you had a question?
Yes, Dr. Horton. Did I hear correctly that the choices can overcome genetics? Is that what you're suggesting?
Choices can overcome genetics?
Following up on Harold's question, that if you control what you eat and what you drink, some of us have that problem, others don't.
Yeah, so you can't ever 100% overcome genetics, but you can. So that's a very complicated question. So what I said was that if we bring anybody into a controlled setting, they will lose weight if we restrict their calories. They won't all lose weight at the same pace. So everyone does have different basal metabolic rates. Everyone does have a different ability to store fat in different areas of their body, and a lot of that is genetically determined. And so probably we've been programmed to conserve calories because at one point probably food wasn't so easily available. And so our whole body is programmed to hold on to calories and to hold on to fat. And so everybody can overcome their genetics, but for some people it's going to be a much greater struggle than others. Meaning that if you reduce calories, everybody loses weight. If you reduce calories in exercise, you lose a little bit more weight. Everybody will lose it at a little bit different rate.
Thanks.
Dennis?
Excuse me, I'd like to ask two questions. One, do y'all have any emphasis or specific investigators working on the effects of obesity and diabetes on renal failure, number one? And number two, what kind of, or how have y'all integrated or looked at the effects of diabetes on blindness, particularly diabetic retinopathy?
Okay, so for your first question, the answer is yes. Actually, we have a whole center, a kidney center, and they participate in the overall obesity program. And we do have specific investigators looking at the effects of diabetes on kidney failure and specifically how the fat may be leading to the kidney failure. It turns out that fat accumulates in the kidney like it does in the liver with obesity, and we think that that is mediating a lot of the damage. And so we do have 2 to 3 investigators actually working on that specific problem. Retinopathy, diabetic retinopathy, no, not at this point. We don't have a big program as part of the Obesity Center in researching diabetic retinopathy at this point.
Bobby?
Yep. First of all, appreciate the presentation. I find this kind of information fascinating. The thing you touched on that I'm also kind of intrigued about is when you talk about the psychiatry of all of this, and we talk about genetics, we talk about all these different things, but I haven't heard much about the psychiatry of it, and I really think that that's one of those areas of potential discovery and understanding that would be of real value. Can you just touch on a little bit more about what we're doing there?
Yeah, I agree with you completely, and we've fully engaged our psychiatry department in this process actually from the beginning. And not only from the aspect I said about people feeling full, viewing food differently, but we've also found these specific proteins, excuse me, that link anxiety, for instance, to food intake or satiation to food intake. And so there is a real link between mood, perception, and again, the other hormone that links mood and appetite. And so this is a very important area, but it's also important, particularly in psychiatry, because a lot of the best drugs that they have available, particularly the antidepressants, induce the metabolic syndrome very quickly. So they cause people to gain weight and they cause them to develop diabetes. And so we're also very interested in trying to figure out how and why that happens so that, again, for those people who need therapy for depression-related issues, the hope would be that we'd eventually, if we can work through these pathways, we'd be able to figure out a way to be able to treat their depression without inducing these other bad side effects the drugs have. And so we have a big program in that area as well.
I have a question. Have you done any studies on Asian immigrant population? I've heard that Asian immigrant population like us, we are very, very high risk, 30 to 40% more than the other population here. Have you done any studies on that? And
you're absolutely right, and yes, we have. And these investigations are actually continuing. The investigator that started it is an investigator named Dr. Abadi, who's now actually in Galveston. He moved there to be head of endocrinology. And he showed when he was in our nutrition center that indeed you're correct. And one of the reasons, so we've had to redefine what is obese for Asians, and because their body mass index, which is what we use, which is your height divided by your weight in kilograms, the exact formula is not important, but it doesn't hold true for Asians. It turns out the muscle mass to fat ratio is different. In Asians, the muscle mass tends to be less, and so we've had to shift those criteria down, and that was based on the work that was done at UT Southwestern by Dr. Abadi. And so we're trying to redefine so that we know where to intervene, where to target, and what we should tell people what their right body weight goals should be. And he's done additional work more recently in different, again, it's more genetic, looking at how glucose may be taken up differently and under some circumstances if a certain gene is expressed versus when it's not. And the polymorphism he's been looking at turns out to be in Asians as well. So we do have some programs in that as well.
You published some papers on that.
Yes.
Can we get some references on that? Can
Sure.
I get some
Absolutely.
references?
I'd be happy to provide those. Mm-hmm.
I'll send you email. Thank you very much.
No problem. Mm-hmm.
Any further questions?
One more question, please.
Dennis?
Are you seeing any links, and I've seen it reported in the literature, that there's some links between patients with chronic pain, particularly those that are prescribed central nervous depressants and opiates over long periods of time, with blood sugar levels? Have y'all looked at that, and are y'all seeing any correlation? And is any work done in your center because there's a significant number of patients that are just deal with chronic pain on a day-by-day basis. So it'd be interesting to see whether or not y'all could connect those dots.
We haven't done it in the case of narcotics, but as I said, oftentimes one of the medications that can be one of the types of medications that can be used to address that are the antidepressants. And in that case, we do have a large program, but we don't have a program right now in relationship to opiates or the narcotics. And the reason for that is more complex. First of all, we don't have a specific investigator right now, but our ultimate goal is to provide alternative mechanisms to narcotics, for pain control. So we do have a big pain center, and we do have specific physicians interested in providing assistance for chronic pain patients. But in general, the goal for all of our physicians are not to involve or to utilize as little of narcotics as possible. And so we just don't have an investigator.
We see a lot of patients with peripheral neuropathies that are in constant pain, and your central nervous depressant drugs tend to be the one, in my opinion, the most effective.
Yep.
There's an increasing number of drugs that are working on the neurotrophic pain receptors, and a lot of those combine treating that along with depression. So a lot of these patients are being put on things like Cymbalta that will treat depression, and then higher therapeutic doses will treat pain. And I'm seeing more patients in my practice that are coming in that are depressed and on chronic pain medications for pain that are showing more problems with the blood sugar.
With blood sugar as well. Yeah, and that's very interesting. And even though that hasn't been the main focus, some of those pathways that mediate the sensations will ultimately go through the hypothalamus. So down the road, the mapping out these pathways in this tiny area of the brain, the hypothalamus, that regulates a lot of the appetite, energy expenditure, metabolism, so forth. I suspect that we will have crossroads with the pain as well at that point, but that will be down the road a few years.
One more brief comment.
Sure.
You guys are doing, I think, a fabulous job. This is very interesting. What I would like to see is some way that y'all could increase your funding. I don't know how that could happen, make that happen, because there's so many more opportunities that you guys could really explore. I mean, y'all need to, and I like the fact that y'all are open to collaboration with other institutions outside your own walls, and that we know we can synergize our resources and do more collectively than individually. So I just wish, and I appreciate the fact that you've come today, because you really have done a great job in informing this board in terms of the work that y'all are doing. And I would encourage you to make the rest of the Texas aware of your existence and what y'all are trying to do, because I think there's a lot of institutions in this state that would be willing to collaborate. I think there's scientists all over this state that would find your work very interesting. So thank you for being here.
Well, thank you very much for the kind comments.
Dr. Horton, thank you for your presentation, your work. We enjoyed it very much.
All right, great. Thank you.
Next agenda item is item 6, matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, chaired by Harold Hahn. Harold?
Okay, we'll just move. I think the next item on the agenda is item 6B. And if I'm correct, we did not have anyone that registered to testify. Is that correct? Okay. Members, unless there's an objection, I'd like to go to item 6H, the report by College Measures. I believe the presenter has a flight to catch. Is that correct? So come on up. We thought about making you miss your flight so you could spend some more money in Texas, but we'll...
Yeah, but flights these days, as you know, you've got to be really careful.
That's right. Okay, item 6H is a presentation and discussion of an online database and report by College Measures comparing first-year earnings of Texas graduates. The coordinating board has been working with the College Measures to make publicly available information on first-year earnings of recent graduates from 2-year and 4-year institutions. College Measures has provided an analysis of these earnings data to be presented in this report by Dr. Mark Snyder. Welcome, Dr. Snyder. And the report and online tool are products of the Economic Success metrics project supported by the Lumina Foundation. Mark Snyder is president of College Measures and vice president at the American Institute for Research. He's a visiting scholar at the American Enterprise Institute and a distinguished professor emeritus from the State University of New York in Stony Brook. He served as the U.S. Commissioner of Education Statistics at the National Center for Education Statistics from 2005 to 2008. Welcome, Dr. Snyder.
Thank you. I actually was going to do that same introduction, but you beat me to it. So I just want to briefly introduce what College Measures is and where what I'm about to talk about fits into what is actually beginning to be a national movement. We are a lot of schools, a lot of discussion about higher education policy in the United States is so far focused on the completion agenda, getting students across the finish line, and that in itself is a large challenge. But what I am concerned about in this work with College Measures is understanding what happens to students on the other side after they graduate. Do they find jobs? Are they able to get wages? Do they get a living wage? Can they pay off their debt? As you all know, debt is becoming a major issue for students across the land. The $1 trillion in debt that students have accumulated up to now exceeds credit card debt, and students are increasingly having a hard time paying that off. My concern is that I'll borrow the terminology that Senators Wyden and Rubio have used: know before you go. Right? You should know what the likely outcome of your college investment is before you undertake to borrow $100,000 when your likely wages will be $25,000. This to me is one of the most fundamental issues that we as a nation face. I do not believe that debt in itself for college education is bad. It's a human capital investment. So a reasonable amount of debt is reasonable, but an unreasonable amount of debt can condemn people to a life of not happiness, shall we say. So it's been my pleasure. I'm sorry. One other thing: the data that I'm about to present today, you all had the report in your briefing book, and the website that this is built upon is now live. There is many states have linked their student unit record data with wage data, but very few states have actually put it into the public domain. So that we have spent, and actually one of the things that I did when I was at NCS, I signed hundreds of millions of dollars of grants to states to build data warehouses, and I regret that I did not call them data retail or data storefronts, because that is really what we should have been building this whole time, not data warehouses where things go in and never comes out. So we have been working really hard with the support of the Lumina Foundation and now with the Gates Foundation to take these data that are sitting in, sometimes I think of them as data mausoleums, and open them up so that people can start looking at them and using them as they make their decisions about where to invest in higher education. We have worked with Virginia, Tennessee, Arkansas, Colorado, Florida, and Texas and Nevada to take the wage data that are sitting, as I said, in these data mausoleums and put them into the public sphere, so that people could actually look at them and could actually use them and know before they go. The last point that I want to make is that this is actually just a first stage on a long journey. Texas is going to be a partner, I hope, with us to look at what happens 3, 5, and even 10 years out, because there are many questions, as you know, that a student who has a philosophy degree may start with a wage of $20,000, but the argument is that 10 years later, they've created a company, their love of learning, their skill set, and they're making a ton of money, while someone with a technical degree and is working as a chemical engineer is replaced by a robot. There's a prima facie argument that that's true, but the fact of the matter is we don't know. So we really need, ultimately, again, this is just the first step. This is just the first step on a long journey. There we go. No, there we don't go. Okay, so there are three main themes to the report and to all the work that we're doing and that we've discovered. So the first one, and this is really one of the most important findings because the nation is fixated on bachelor's degrees and is fixated on prestigious universities. Well, it turns out in every state, and I'll show you the data in Texas in a few minutes, that in every state there are large numbers of colleges and universities, regional campuses that don't have the prestige of Austin or College Station, that where in fact the students are getting jobs that are almost at the same level, if not higher, than the most prestigious universities. So it's not like I can't wear, I'm not a Longhorn or I'm not an Aggie, therefore why bother going to school? The fact of the matter is that in the state of Texas there are 17 campuses where the median initial wages of graduates are within $2,000 of the statewide median. So there are many, many pathways into the labor market in this state and in other states that, and the fixation on the most prestigious colleges is really overdone. You can get into the labor market, you can make a living wage from many campuses. The second fundamental point is that the two-year technical degrees granted by community colleges are in many cases gems. These are low cost to get. They are giving students the kinds of technical competencies that are in demand in the labor market, and we tend not to think about them. I will admit that when I started this, I have a PhD. I have, I always thought of community colleges as something over there. But the fact of the matter is that the two-year technical degrees coming out of community colleges are incredibly valuable degrees, and I'll show you exactly how valuable in a few minutes. And the more general message is that there are many credentials, including, by the way, certificates, which we know almost nothing about, and we all need to learn much more about certificates that are pathways to good wages. So it's not only about the bachelor's degree. And again, that's one of the most fundamental messages in this work. So there's also a cross-cutting theme. There's a lot of variation in the first-year earnings of graduates. A lot of variation is an understatement. This variation is across degrees. I'll show you that in a minute about AA, BA, bachelor's degrees, associate's degrees, bachelor's degrees, and master's degrees. We don't talk about PhDs in this study. I think most, that's a national market rather than a local market. There's incredible variation across fields and across institutions. So the bottom line for us is where students study, what they study, and what degree they earn matters in terms of the wage outcomes that students experience afterwards. Now, I want to be perfectly clear that wages are not the only thing that matters. Right? It's not the only thing that matters. But if you ask students what they want from a college degree, 90% of them say, I want a high-paying job and a good career, and I bet 100% of their parents say that. So we need to recognize that this is not only about money, but a lot of it is about wages and what happens when students graduate. So here is an example of the median first-year earnings by degree. And I'll talk about one of the data limitations in a second. So academic associate degrees, and now these are degrees, as you know, that are mostly structured for students to transfer to four-year schools. But the fact of the matter is that usually only about half of the students actually transfer. If you have an academic associate's degree and you're in the labor market, the median wage is $20,853. Now that's a little depressed because we're also picking up students who the half of the students who are actually in the job market. So they're enrolled in further education. So this is pushing down this number, but you can see it's not a very high number. Bachelor's degree, about $39,000, $40,000, but it's the next number that is spectacular. The median first-year earnings earnings for technical associate degree holders is over $50,000, $11,000 more than the median wages of a bachelor's degree student. And the master's degree is over $63,000. And in a lot of states that we've been working in, the focal point is actually moving away from the bachelor's degree to trying to figure out how to make more use of the associate's degree, which the good associate degrees, the technical associate degrees, and actually to try to figure out which master's programs are the best tools, because again, as we move away from seat time to competency, both the master's level and the technical associate degrees are the degrees that the labor market seems to be certifying as the certification, if you will, of skills that students need in the labor market. So here, this is a little hard to read because you're so big, you have so many so many schools, but this lists all the median earnings by institution. And it goes from Sul Ross State University at $28,000 all the way to the University of Houston at Clear Lake at over $48,000. So we're not doing an explanation. We're not trying to explain what this variation is. So we know that Sul Ross State University is in Alpine. You know better than I do, right? It's in West Texas. It's in the middle of an isolated rural community. There's not a lot of, the labor market there is weak. So we have to take that all into account. But here, this is the point that I made earlier. If you just look at how many schools are clustered around that 39,725 state median, there's incredible numbers of schools that are producing graduates that are earning more than reasonable wages, and they're not always they're not Texas A&M is on there, and UT Austin's on there, but you can look at state. You can look and you can see that Lamar University, for example, University of Texas Pan American, Dallas. These are all schools that are not flagships, but the fact of the matter is that their students are doing quite well. This is where we start. This is where we start getting into some very interesting discussions about the value of the bachelor's degree. So it's not just a bachelor's degree; it's a bachelor's degree in something. And one of the things that we find here in Texas and in other places is that the traditional liberal arts tend not to start off well. Right, the wages tend to be low. If you look at the disciplines, the bachelor's disciplines that tend to beat the state median, you can see a lot of those are in business, a lot of them in healthcare, nursing. And one of the more interesting findings in Texas is this one. In almost every other, in every other state that we've looked in, multi-interdisciplinary studies is usually way below the state median. But here, as you know, this is a pathway into teaching, so that this actually graduates with this degree do much better than they do in other states. So this is where we start looking at the real value of the two-year technical degree. So what we've done here is there are about 13 community colleges where we were able to get both the wages for the academic AA degree and for the technical associate degrees. So I have a naming problem when it comes to colors, but I'll call it gray. The gray box is the median first-year earnings for academics. The blue box is the median first-year earnings for technical. And you could just see school after school after school. The differences are $25,000, $30,000 differences in the wages of students with technical degrees compared to the wages of students with academic associate degrees. Now, there's again, the academics are depressed by the students that are in school, but 20% of the students with technical degrees are also in further education, probably pushing down their wages. But I mean, this is to me, a crystal clear example of why these technical degrees really matter. So these are the areas in which the most popular technical associate degrees are granted, and you could begin to see this incredible range in the payoff. So child development, $24,823, all the way down to chemical technology, which is $74,000. So these are 2-year technical degrees. You can see a lot of the high payoff is in the healthcare industry. The chemical technology one is a big one. And actually, what we find in Texas and other states is that the word technician, technology in the program of study usually generates a significant payoff. So remember here that the Texas median income for technical degrees is over $50,000. When we look at the academic degrees, the statewide median, the red bar, is $20,000, right? $30,000 less. And you could see the range. There is an incredible range here, but just remember that that whole range that's shown here is much lower than the technical degrees. One of the things that I discuss in the report is whether or not, when we start talking about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, we really should be talking about TEM, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because there's no evidence in the data that students with bio degrees who go into the labor market are making reasonable. I mean, they're making money, but they're at the same level as English majors and not math. Graduates with engineering, technology, and math do really well. Students with science and where we can find chemistry, they're not. I'm sorry, with biology and chemistry, they're not doing so well.
What about other fields of science?
Well, the problem is, even in a big state like Texas, there's not enough physicists to find. It's just such a rare degree. So we look at bio, which is a very large major, and a lot of those students obviously go on to medical school or whatever, so that's a different track. But the students who have bio degrees at the 2-year level, at the 4-year level, and at the master's level, they're at the bottom of the income distribution. So they are not, so I believe that these data are signaling what the market wants, right? So I have to say that this is an objective test of what the market needs or what the market wants, because they're paying for these people. And my evidence, and not only in Texas, is that biology that is not getting rewarded in the marketplace, but that so for me it's not STEM, it's TEM that really matters. And mathematicians, again, in the report shows mathematicians actually do quite well.
Computer science, you throw that in the technical or in the science bucket?
I would put that in technical, right? So I think that they're basic sciences, and bio being the biggest one. So here are examples of another important point, is that there's incredible variation between the earnings of students with the same degree. So one example here is Austin Community College is $42,000 for business, and at the other end is South Plains College with $25,000. That's the exact same zip code, the exact same program classification, and you see a $17,000 difference. Now again, we could explain this, right? We could say, well, that's because Austin is Austin, et cetera. But the fact of the matter is that part of why we're doing this is so that people can now say, I didn't know that. Why is that? How could there be a $17,000 difference between the wages of students coming out with the same zip code in different places? So it could be the region, maybe, right? But it could also be an indicator that maybe we need to look at what the practices are in those programs. But it starts giving us information to start asking that question. This is certificates. Actually, are the fastest growing credential that across the nation in post-secondary education. And I ran the National Center for Education Statistics. We had nothing on certificates. I'm not leading it anymore, but the nation's finally starting to pay attention to certificates. But it's incumbent upon us to understand what is going on in these certificates, because some of them pay off quite handsomely, Right, you could see that in a couple of cases, a certificate program matches the technical associate's degree. In some cases, it exceeds it. So we need to know more about certificates, because this is a fast-growing route into the market, and we need to understand better how much of this results are because people are already working and coming back to get a certificate. But even if that's the case, some of these certificates are really valuable. So the next, there's a chart here that just shows across the state of Texas where the highest wages are for students earning certificates, and you can see that some of them in healthcare, some of them are fire prevention and safety, are really, we saw this in Colorado also, industrial technology, and this is school by school, program by program. We can see that there are some really high-paying certificates out there. I didn't show you the low-paying ones because it was too depressing, quite frankly. But there are graduates with certificates that don't even make the minimum wage. And then finally, this is what drives me. It's a cartoon from New Yorker, which there are two girls sitting with a piggy bank. I'm saving for when I get a low-paying job doing what I love. And if they look like they might have trust funds, and if that's what they want to do, and they, and they're willing to be, to be poor while they're doing what they love, more power to them. But I think most people, want a high-paying job doing what they love. I will be more than happy to take any questions.
Speaking of low-paying jobs,
yes. Jobs, period.
Very good. Members, any questions?
I have one question, if I could.
Yes.
On page 14, it's interesting to me that in the area of your baccalaureate degree in business, that, and I have some familiarity with this particular institution, the University of Houston downtown ranks highest, and then you got Clear Lake, and then UH Victoria in third. And I fail to see University of Houston Central Campus, which is the Bauer School of Business. And what I'm trying to understand is why is an open admission university like UH Downtown baccalaureate degrees in business actually outperforming the Bauer School on the Central Campus, which is highly selective in terms of admission standards.
Right.
I'm just trying to understand it. And literally, the Bauer School's had millions and millions of dollars poured into it over the last 10 years. And I'm just trying to understand, and it does make an interesting point that some of these graduates from the not so prestigious, perhaps, programs are outperforming some of the others.
So I'm going to answer two questions two ways, and we'll get into some more details. So there are two things there are a couple of things again, and we're just on the first step of a long journey on this one. So first, there's often an age difference, and there's a chart at the end that shows the age difference in this enrolled students. So a lot of times these the less prestigious campuses are taking people who are 10 years older than the young students who are going into the prestigious universities, and so they're further along in their career, right? And what they're doing is they're coming back and they're getting a bump in their career, but they may already be making some money. The second issue is sort of the matching rate. So maybe some of the students might actually. So a student might apply and come to a prestigious business school and then leave the state. And then, as you know, this is one of our problems, and again, I have a fix for this, but hopefully we can work together on fixing this, is that if a student disappears from your state wage system and goes to another state, right, and many flagship schools argue this all the time. Well, you're only catching half of our students, and you're only capturing the lower half. Our best students have come to the school, and then they've gone to work in New York or San Francisco and making tons of money. So, and that's a legitimate issue that we need to talk about when it comes to Austin, for example, or Texas A&M. So the match rate in Austin is 50%, while statewide it's it's over 70%. So we are losing probably some of their better students who now are working in, have left the state. So those two issues are serious. And again, we need to keep that in mind. But and I really believe that when we start talking about some of the flagships, we have to put a different mindset on. But not all, the students that go to the elites are relatively small numbers compared to the students that are going to all your regional campuses. And quite frankly, I think that as a society, and I personally believe that documenting the success of the regional campuses and how to make them better is a fundamental, I think it's fundamentally our challenge, because that's where 80% of the students go.
Any other comments?
Actually, I just wanted to add in, and I should have known Mark would make essentially the same points I wanted to, but I do encourage you to look at the appendices. I encourage you to look at the appendices, because some of these points are clear, but they're not conclusive either. So, SC University of Texas at Austin, you'll see the match rate's about 56%. But that also includes people that are in Texas and are unemployed. So both things work. It works both ways, but both UT Austin and Texas A&M have lower match rates than other institutions do. Community colleges, if you look, have higher match rates really than everyone else, and that's because they work more locally. The other thing is, if you look at the age, which was mentioned, but the schools that are at the top of the list, for example, UH downtown, I think I noticed that the age. Oh, Victoria was 31 years old, the average graduate. At Clear Lake, it was 29, and at UH, I think it was like 25 years old. Right. So you can see there's some connection to individuals working, and I happen to know a fair number of people from Victoria who worked for 7 or 8 years at the same time, full-time, while they were getting their baccalaureate degree. So these factors come in, and I just wanted to note for you that we had a webcast with public information officers and information research officers at institutions a week ago Friday, just so they would have a chance to look at this and be able to answer questions. But I think the main point is it causes people to ask questions, which we think is really important, and they can come to some of these conclusions themselves.
Bobby?
Did you say that you've done this, or have you done this in other states, and do your findings that you're seeing in Texas mirror those, or are they substantively different, or what are you seeing compared to other states?
So we did Arkansas, which had and you could go to I should have had this screen, but it's if you go to www.collegemeasures.org/ESM, you will see all the databases for the states. And what we have is Arkansas, in the order in which they were released was Arkansas, Tennessee, which had a national report like yours, got a lot of good press, Virginia, Colorado, Texas, and we're working with Florida and Nevada. So almost everything. So Texas being big and being like everything's bigger in Texas, right? So the $11,000 difference between the technical and the academic associates, it's $11,000 here. It was $7,000 in Colorado. It was like $3,000 in Virginia. But it is consistently pointing in the exact same direction, that these technical degrees are, again, and I believe that what these are saying, these are certifying people with competencies that, that mid-skill level jobs that employers need. And that's the value. That's the value of them. The fact that you could that there are bargains out there that can, besides the elite, the flagships, common across these states. And I think that that's a very important message. And we're working. The next stage of this project is to work with guidance counselors to help them understand those kinds of issues, so that they could help students get into schools that not only are they likely to graduate, but they're also likely to get good jobs, and they're likely not to run up excessive debt.
Mark, could you address, we are handling minimum wage a little differently than other states. If you compare states, I think it's important to note that difference.
Here we've cast the net for students wider than in other states. So in other states, we've actually imposed a cutoff at the minimum wage to be included in the database, and here we've actually included anybody that's in your UI in the UI database. The second way in which the net has been cast wider here is that we have federal employees that are working outside of the state, picked up by various, which is very good, by the way. Most states don't do that. But the biggest challenge for us is the fact that, again, someone from UT Austin might be working in New York, and we're not picking them up. So I am hopefully I'm working with the Lumina Foundation to try to solve that in as best we can at the current time. So Texas is a member of the RIS-2 consortium, the Workforce Records Interchange System. Only governments can make up stuff like this, right? So the RIS-2 consortium is about half the states in the United States have agreed to share their data. So Texas, Florida are members of this. Tennessee. So what I'm hoping to do is, with the support of the Lumina Foundation, is to work with Texas and Tennessee and Florida, my partner states, to try to cast that to get in more of the out-of-state data, because quite frankly, not sure I believe that we're going to find these huge differences, which a lot of colleges say, oh, if you had everybody in this, we would look so much better. And it's a good argument, but I want numbers.
Just one last comment, and that is, I find this fascinating as a first step as it relates to workforce and what our opportunities are. But what you talked about earlier is about 10 years down the road. I mean, that's where the real data, the real ultimate answer lies as to what is the best opportunity, the best path, the best value, the best return on investment. And I sure hope that however that mechanism is, that occurs, that we, 10 years from now, we have something to really look at that really gives us some substantive answers in addition to what we've got as a great start.
No, we're going to have answers for you next year. Okay, about what's happened in the past. And again, we just have to realize that a lot of the industries come, industries go, stuff shows up that we had no idea that was going to be, right? But within the year, we will have, and this is the Gates Foundation is supporting this, we will have data going further out. And I will tell you, however, that a lot of people argue that, well, okay, the technical degree has a slope like this, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years is flat, and, the philosophy degree looks like this. In the data that I've seen in Virginia, for example, or in some national surveys, the slope is better, but it's not, nobody has a slope like that.
I just wanted to point out that Susan Brown and her staff started several months ago pursuing this question, and it echoes exactly what Mark just said. But you do see sort of a catching up of the liberal arts major about 10 years out. But there isn't that dramatic slope.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Dr. Snyder, I've read several studies over the past few years that claim that the wage gap that is growing the most quickly is not the wage gap between, say, those with only a high school credential and those with some form of college credential, typically a baccalaureate, but that the wage gap that is growing most quickly is between those that hold some sort of baccalaureate or associate's degree certificate and those that hold advanced degrees, masters, doctors, whatever, and that shows something significant about the way the American economy is going. Has your research corroborated that argument, or have you found something else?
No, I think so. First of all, as you do know, right, the high school graduates are in trouble. There's no question about it. And so there are a couple of dimensions to the argument that I think pertain. So the first one is if you go to a college, if you go to a community college, for example, and you drop out, how much is that worth?
Yeah.
So that, I mean, and as we heard earlier, people are really concerned about dropout rates in community colleges, and rightfully so. So there is some payoff. There is some payoff for some college, no degree, but we used to call it a sheepskin effect. I don't think people call it that anymore, but getting that credential actually really does matter. So we have to get more students across the finish line. There's no question about that. But I want to reiterate from the data that we have, is not just getting across the finish line, it's getting across the right finish line that really matters. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, and again, I think we are now, because we've been so bachelor's oriented for so long, that when we start now thinking about the bifurcation of, and we saw this in the Texas data, that there are 2-year pathways that are very good. Not every student should get a bachelor's degree. Now, maybe in the long run, maybe everybody should have one because the slope is better, and 10 years, 15 years out, they'll catch up. But remember, they paid a lot more money to get that degree. They may not have the time or the energy or even the inclination to stay in school for 5-6 years to get the bachelor's degree. So we need to think about the 2-year faster tracks into the labor market. And I think that we are going to start discovering that the master's degree in many fields is a certification of competencies that I mean, you saw that in your degree, right? A $20,000 bump between the bachelor's degree and the master's degree. So again, the extent to which the master's degree is a certification of skills and competencies, I think that's going to be. I think that's your point, that there's going to be a bifurcation there.
Let me ask a follow-up that relates to this. Department of Labor data projecting where we'll have surpluses and shortages by education attainment level in 2020. Their data, and this is across the board, not by field, says that we're going to have a shortage in 2 areas. Some college, no degree, which is where the certificates are captured right now, and in bachelor's and higher. And that combined shortage is going to be 3.1 million workers by 2020. 1.6 million some college, no degree, too short of workforce demands, and 1.5 million bachelor's and higher. In between is a surplus of 1.9 million associate's degree awardees. Have you looked at correlating this data on field and earnings with how between now and 2020 we can encourage that in-between surplus, or for that matter, those who stop out at high school or less, right, to spread them up or down, so to speak, into the fields where there's real demand and the degree levels where there's real demand?
So we're negotiating with the state of Tennessee to do something that looks exactly like what you're talking about. And I'd be more than happy to talk with you about what our model is and how that looks, because I think that the wage data is sort of a signal, right? But the labor data, the demand data, is another signal, right? So, for example, attorneys still make a lot of money, but they can't find jobs. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to match the program of instruction to likely careers, right, that are associated with that program of instruction, and then relate the demand for those professions with the wage data, and it sort of says, oh, look, you may be an attorney, but and I think it has to be driven down to the county level or the work area region, right? And this is especially true for community colleges, where people stay, they go to a local school and they stay in the local school. Regional campuses are pretty much the same thing, though there's more movement. And again, I'm not sure. I don't think this would work for A&M or for Austin, for UT. But the fact of the matter is that what we're trying to do is integrate this data about where the demand is with the wage data, so that people could understand. Well, here, if I study this, there are 5 or 6 professions that are associated with this course of study. Here's an idea of what my wages might look like, but here's also an estimate of whether or not you're going to find work in that area. And we've done some visualizations. We're working on this to try to figure out how to do this. And I think if you do this right, this is what becomes a really good career information center.
Well, and we have some distribution channels in this state. Well, first of all, we'd like to piggyback and get the volume discount by your work in Tennessee, and take advantage of that. Secondly, through gentex.org and through our almanac and Compare College Texas, we have distribution channels to get some of this information to the public, which I hope we're going to use, but we need to use it in context because the data, I mean, you know, the data, the numbers by themselves could be spun easily in multiple different ways, and without the, you know, the more subtle reasons and statistics behind those wages and those averages, it could be misconstrued. But you mentioned counseling. You know, it strikes me, and I don't know if this is something since y'all are measurement focused that you're looking at, but it strikes me that for this to be most effective, it's not just about which fields are earning the most and have a certain level of opportunity, but we've also got to begin tying aptitudes and strengths and greater self-awareness on the part of high school and early college students as to where their ability and their passion lie. So is there anything in your field that's moving towards helping students, you know, match abilities to fields so that they don't just say, oh, well, this pays $70,000, never mind the fact that I can't stand doing that kind of work. I'm gonna run after that degree.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll just follow up. I was a Jewish kid on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, and my mother always said, "You have to be a doctor. You have to be a doctor. You have to be a doctor." And the first time I saw blood, I passed out. You know, I would not have been a good doctor, and you know, so I got a doctor.
Single moment aptitude test.
Yeah, boom, bam. Right. Right. If you look at blood and you pass out, don't be a surgeon. I got that part. You know, that was a lesson I learned early in life. But we just actually working with your staff. We are actually working on a project to do exactly what you're talking about. We're working with the National College Advising Corps and the Texas Associates to build exactly what you're talking about. So we're going to try to help students through counselors, because I absolutely agree with you. You know, the unmediated numbers are interesting to you, to me. You know, we could talk about them for a long time. And as a governing board, a coordinating board, you know, the kinds of questions that are being raised here, I think, are ones that you should be interested in. But getting them into the hands of students, you know, we work with the Compare College Texas development. I think so those are good. Those are all moving in the right direction. But remember, the NCAC advisors are in 120 of your poorest, least resource schools. And we've been working with Nicole Hurd to try to figure out how to take all these data, and the Gates Foundation is supporting this, to develop a tool that would help them answer the kind of question, you know. So it's not only it's here are some schools, here are some programs, this is what you might be interested in, but don't choose a bad program. Right, because if here are 5 schools that give a degree in something you think you're interested in, you know, look at the differences in the outcome and choose wisely. Know before you go. So what the plan is to work with NCAC to build exactly the kind of tool you're talking about, and then push it out through NCAN and other guidance counselors, because I believe what we really do need is we still need, even though students love to play with their iPhones and iPads and all this kind of stuff, the fact is that we still need mediators to help contextualize and understand that data.
So when will this project be done? September. Okay.
In time for the next college selection process.
This is very useful information.
Certainly is. If there's no other questions, Doctor, thank you very much. Look forward to your future production.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure, and thanks for your time.
I hope you catch your plane.
I think I'm okay. And thanks for moving me up.
All right. You're welcome. Okay, members, we'll move back to item 6C. It's an update on construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects. This is an information item only. However, are there any questions? Okay, if there are no questions, we'll move to item 6D, report on facilities decisions of projects certified to meet the requirements of the expedited process for approval. Any questions on item 6D? If none, we'll move to item 6E. It's a report on facilities decisions made by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. Any questions on item 6E? Hearing none, we'll move to item 6F. It's an update on the coordinating board's legislative and budgetary recommendations to the 83rd Texas Legislature. Linda Battles, Associate Commissioner and Chief of Staff, and Gary Johnstone. They marked out Susan's name, Gary, but they didn't get the title change. So he's a big muckety muck at the coordinating board.
Deputy Assistant
And Dominic Chavez, Senior Director for External Relations, will provide an update on the priorities and are available for answers to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. I know we're getting ready to get into the lunchtime hour, so we'll try and be as quickly as possible. You just got handed out your supplemental agenda materials, so we're going to start off with the PowerPoint presentation where I'm going to give you an update on the budget, where we stand today, and I'm going to turn it over to Gary to give you an overview of the formula funding appropriations, both in the House and the Senate. I'm going to give you some of the highlights on our sunset bill, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dominic to give you an update on our legislative priorities. So, you can get the PowerPoint up, please. And of course, much like the way Ryan has been counting down to his graduation date, we are counting down to sine die. So we've got 33 more days, and we're counting those days. We can go ahead and start on the presentation. Okay, here you have it. The Senate Bill 1 Conference Committee members were recently appointed, and the members are listed here on this slide. They had their organizational meeting yesterday, and they made some decisions in terms of their work timeline. They'd like to have everything completed by May 10th. So they hope to have all articles except for Article 2, which is Health and Human Services, and Article 3, which is Education, completed by next week. And so then they'll start to tackle some of the bigger issues in Article 2 and 3. Senator Duncan and Representative Otto have been appointed to be in charge of Article 3. And we've been, John Wyatt and myself, we've been meeting with the staff members of these offices to provide them with the summary of the board's budget priorities. And we've done pretty much everybody's offices to date. This slide just gives you an update on what each bill is appropriating in terms of the overall state budget. So you see the House appropriates $193.8 billion, a 2.1% increase in all funds, and a 7% increase in general revenue over the current biennium. The Senate appropriates $195.5 billion, a 2.9% increase in all funds, and a 7.7% increase in general revenue. And typically what we see is the House is more conservative typically than the Senate, and that has proven this session as well. The House and Senate versions of Senate Bill 1 are $1.6 billion difference in all funds and $601 million apart in general revenue. If you look at the coordinating board's budget, here's the summary of those numbers. The House appropriates $1.5 billion in all funds to the coordinating board, which is a 12.5% increase, and a 20.5% increase in GR and GRD. The Senate appropriates $1.4 billion in all funds, a 9.3% increase, and a 16.8% increase in general revenue dedicated. So in this case, the House came up a bit higher than the Senate for our budget, and believe that's primarily due to the increases in Texas grants, which we'll go over shortly. So this outlines the key differences that need to be resolved in our budget priorities and for the conference committee. So this essentially mirrors one of your handouts that are that's in your packet, which is a one-pager that looks like this. So I'll just be working from the slides. First of all, outcomes-based funding for universities. That is a rider in Article 11, which, as you know, is a wish list article, but it is eligible to be brought up during the conference committee deliberations if a member chooses to do so. The Senate version did not include such a rider, and our recommendation obviously is to adopt the House version and get that into Article 3 for implementation for the next biennium. The outcomes-based funding rider for community colleges was adopted in the Senate version in Article 3, and the outcomes-based funding rider in the House version is in Article 11. We think primarily the reason why the Senate adopted outcomes-based funding for community colleges in Article 3 is because the community colleges asked for it. They were very aggressive and very persistent in working with the Senate work group in saying, this is what we want, this is what we're asking for. That model does include a $1 million allocation to each community college district prior to applying the 10% based on the student success points. And I really want to commend the community colleges for moving forward on that. And we've worked very closely and collaboratively with them. And I know that they will be working with the conference committee, hopefully, to get that ultimately adopted. You'll see that the TSTC value-added model isn't in here because that was adopted in Article 3, so it's pretty much a done deal. It's not a conference committee item. And again, the TSTC colleges, the system, asked for that outcomes-based funding model, so that was included. So I also want to commend them for all the hard work that they have put into it, along with our staff, Susan Brown and Gary Johnstone and others, as well as folks at the Workforce Commission. Moving on to our budget priorities, you see Texas grants. The House version increased Texas grants by $150 million. The Senate increased it by $120 million. They also have an additional $49.1 million in Article 11. Our exceptional item request was $163.7 million. The House version will get us to 87% of new eligible students at $5,000 awards at universities, $1,325 awards at community colleges. That is our current operations. That we've been doing it in the current biennium. And so if we continue with that, we will be able to get those numbers of new eligible students. On the Senate side, it's about 80%. Our exceptional item gets us closer to 100% of new eligible students. So obviously we would love to see the conference committee come up with the exceptional item that we have requested, but we are grateful for them for making Texas grants a priority. And every legislative office that we have talked to, they have all indicated that this is a very high priority for the legislature. The Texas Equalization Grant Program, which is a program for students at private institutions, the House adopted a $15 million increase. The Senate kept it at level funding, and you'll see that the coordinating board did not have an exceptional item for the program, so we have NA there. The Texas Educational Opportunity Grant Program, which is the need-based grant program for community colleges, received a $5 million increase in the House version, no increase in the Senate version. The coordinating board did not offer an exceptional item request for that program, and I'll sort of explain why when I get further down into the next couple of slides. Any questions on this slide?
Well, I think because this is such an important program, if you don't mind jumping ahead,
sure.
There's a House bill that would transfer sufficient funding because we've recommended keeping Texas Grants a separate program for university students and TEOG a separate program for community college students.
Correct.
And we do have a recommendation to make TEOG whole.
Yes, sir. And so House Bill 2829 by Representative Howard would make the Texas Grant Program a university-only program. And that was kicked out of committee this week. And there is also a rider in Article 11 that Representative Howard offered to make that transition, those proportional dollars that would have gone to community colleges for the Texas Grant Program, but now would be going over to TEOG. So it's a contingency rider on passage of the legislation. We have a similar situation with the Be On Time program. You'll recall that Sunset recommended that the Be On Time program become a university-only program, and there is a bill to do that, Senate Bill 27 by Senator Zaffarini. So there's a contingency rider to do the same thing and use that proportional amount of Be On Time dollars that would have gone to the community colleges to go into the TEOG. And my understanding is that the community colleges think that the TEOG program is a much more flexible, much more conducive program to serve their students, as opposed to the Texas Grants. The priority model is going into effect in the fall of this year, and also the Be On Time with the academic requirements and timely graduation requirements. So TEOG seems to match their students a lot more better. On this slide, we show the Teach for Texas loan repayment program. The House increased it by $2 million. The Senate increased it by $3.9 million. Our total exceptional item request was $9 million. As you recall, this is a program that provides loan repayments to teachers who agree to teach in underserved areas or are certified in a shortage subject matter area. And it is a very popular program, a very effective program, but it's very overly subscribed. And so we just don't have enough money in the program. We were cut down to $1 million for the current biennium. And so we're hoping to see the $10 million, but obviously we're gonna advocate for the larger amount in the Senate version. The T-STEM Challenge program is a program that was created last session for students who are at community colleges and agree to graduate in a STEM field. It's really merit-based scholarships to encourage more STEM field graduates. And the Texas Guaranteed Student Loan Corporation had contributed money to get this program up and running last year. And so part of that, of us accepting those funds, was to approach the legislature to try and get matching funds. And so our request was $3.5 million. And the Senate adopted the $3.5 million increase, but the House did not. Moving on to research, the Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Program. We requested an additional $9 million. The House increased it by $2 million, and the Senate increases it by $1 million, but they have an additional rider in Article 11 for $7 million. This is a very critical program for basic science research, and it's a competitive, peer-reviewed program that's very effective. And we'd like to try and increase funding for that program. The Texas Research Incentive Program, which is the matching program for the 8 emerging research institutions, that received a $14.4 million increase in the Senate, no increase in the House. Later on, I'm going to talk about the House Bill 1025, which is the supplemental appropriations bill for the current biennium, and you'll see that that bill increases the TRIP by $34.5 million for the current fiscal year. We have a total of about $75 million unfunded in matching dollars, and so that would certainly go a long way in meeting that need. Coordinating Board did not have an exceptional item request for that particular program, but I think we all were confident that the 8 emerging research institutions were going to put that high on their priority list. And family practice residency program, we requested $14 million. We got $8.5 million in the House and $5.9 million in the Senate. So obviously, we'd like to go with the higher number if possible. GME expansion. These are actually we're getting into now the contingency riders. We have a contingency rider for graduate medical education expansion. There are actually 2 bills out there, one by Branch and one by Nelson, that are moving, and we've requested $11.5 million for that. The Senate provided that amount. The House came in just a little bit under that. Compliance monitoring. This is the sunset recommendation for us to establish a compliance monitoring function here at the agency. The $645,000 would cover 4 FTE. As you know, we've begun that process. We have 2 FTE currently, but we certainly need these funds in order to continue with those FTE in the next biennium, and to add 2 additional FTE. And the 2 contingency riders that we've already talked about for Texas grants and Beyond Time are listed there. And finally, Advise Texas. This wasn't originally in the board's list of budget priorities. This actually came about through the College for All Texans Foundation. Neil Adams was successful in working with Representative Patrick on the House side to get a rider in to Article 11 for $2 million to fund this program. I think we'd like to see it at $3 million. And are you all familiar with Advise Texas? I'm assuming all of you are. So it's a very, very effective program. And in your packet, I've provided you with a copy of the handout that we've been providing to members' offices as we've talked about this. And it was created by Nina Wright, who's the executive director for the College for All Texans Foundation. It's a very handy summary of where the 120 Advise Texas advisors are located throughout the state, and some of those outcomes and so forth. So that pretty much concludes our budget priorities, but just a couple of other budget updates. State employee compensation, the House provides a 1% merit pool for salary increases, and I have there for non-targeted employees. And what that means is there are targeted employees in the House bill, such as law enforcement officers, direct care staff at state hospitals and living centers and so forth, that would get merit pay increases. The Senate provides a 3% merit pay increase for state employees. And so we'll see how that pans out for our employees here. House Bill 1025, which I mentioned earlier, the supplemental appropriations bill, provides $34.5 million to the coordinating board for the Texas Research Incentive Program for FY13, and appropriates $17 million for graduate medical education. And what's not shown here, which I completely forgot to add here, was $30 million for reimbursing institutions for Hazelwood exemptions. Tuition revenue bonds, Senate Bill 16 by Senator Zaffarini, has passed the Senate, and it authorizes $2.4 billion for 60 capital projects at 58 institutions for systems. The last authorization for tuition revenue bonds was in 2006, so this is certainly a much-needed authorization for the institutions. Finally, I'm going to turn the update over to Gary for formula funding for institutions of higher education.
I think you should have a handout. I'm sorry it's small print, but what I wanted to go over is each one of the sectors as to what the increase is being recommended in the House and the increase is being recommended in the Senate for each one of the sectors. Starting off with the health-related institutions, the House version has a $168 million increase. That's 11% over 12-13 biennium. The Senate version is $266 million, or 17.4%. The university proposal in the House is for an additional $228 million, 5.7% increase over 12-13, and the Senate is $346 million increase, 8.6% increase over 12-13. And these are only the formula amounts. It doesn't address any special items or constitutional funds. For the state and technical colleges, the House version is a little higher. It's $45 million increase over 12-13. That's a 31% increase. The Senate version is $36 million increase, or 25.5% increase. And for TSTC, that is for the value-added model. The Lamar State Colleges, there's no change proposed for their funding model. Their funding model would basically stay the same as it is currently. The community colleges, as Linda stated, they do have outcomes funding in the Senate version. The House version actually has a $40 million decrease over 12-13 funding, a 2.3% decrease. The Senate version is an increase of $58 million, or 3.3% increase. The Senate version, the outcomes funding is a combination of two new formulas. One is the base funding, which would be $50 million for the biennium, and then student success points, which would be $174.5 million for the biennium. And then we would be eliminating the small institution supplement formula as part of the implementation of the base funding amount.
Any questions? Okay, moving on to the Sunset Bill very quickly.
Actually, just one quick question. The percentage increase in the technical and state colleges is pretty significant. Just in brief, what on both sides, both chambers, what was the thinking?
My understanding is that there was an additional funds. Most of the formulas was increased 3% by the work groups, but there was an additional amount put in both versions for TSTC of $15 million, I believe, in each one, above the 3% increase.
Any other questions?
Okay. Moving on to the Sunset Bill for the Coordinating Board, Senate Bill 215. As you know, it continues the Coordinating Board's existence for 12 years and reaffirms our board's purpose and mission, that the board represents the highest authority in the state in matters of public higher education and charged with promoting quality education throughout the state by providing a statewide perspective to ensure the efficient and effective use of higher ed resources and to eliminate duplication. You'll see all of the key changes that are listed here on this slide are the ones that the Sunset Advisory Committee adopted last summer. As much as we would have liked to have kept the bill clean to be limited to these key changes, the Senate did add several amendments on the Senate floor on April 11th. And here's a list of those changes that were added on at that time. You'll see we are going to be required to engage in negotiated rulemaking and the development of policies, procedures, and rules in those areas of the statute that require us to work in collaboration with the institutions of higher education. Negotiated rulemaking is set up in the Government Code, Chapter 2008, and has specific provisions for us to follow, but one of them is that it would require a third party, disinterested party, to serve as a facilitator between the coordinating board and the institutions in the development of policies, procedures, and rules. So we've looked to some external resources for this purpose, and if this language stays as is, we'll be doing a lot of negotiated rulemaking, which is, we currently use our advisory committees to sort of serve this purpose. I mean, we have representatives from institutions of higher education from all sectors, from all areas of the state, large, medium, small institutions, to meet regularly to provide this input. One of the findings of the Sunset Commission was that those advisory committees did not make their recommendations directly to the board. They made their recommendations to the staff and the commissioner, and there were times that the staff or the commissioner would modify those recommendations and report those to the board. When that was brought to our attention in the Sunset recommendations, we immediately changed that. So now what you're seeing is the advisory committees will report directly to you on their recommendations. If the staff has a reason to alter those recommendations, then the staff will present a separate recommendation, and then that way you are informed of those issues. We also added, one of the requirements of the Sunset was to add opportunity for public testimony. As you know, we've done that. We did that a year ago. The other amendment that was added on the floor was removing the board's authority to close or consolidate low-producing degree programs. And Senator Seliger added this amendment, and we're working on that, and you'll see some of the other key changes that occurred in the Senate. The Senate bill has come over to the House Higher Education Committee, and Representative Anchia, who is the House sponsor, has a committee substitute, and because the House Committee on Higher Education has not heard that committee substitute, we will keep you informed of those changes once it does either get a hearing or is considered by the committee as pending business. So we'll report back to you on that. And I'm going to turn it over now to Dominic, who's going to give you an update on our legislative priorities.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. I'm going to do three things in brief. One, update you on the key coordinating board legislative priorities and where we stand relative to those. Update you on a handful of key other legislative issues that are working their way through the process. And finally, give you a brief update on the nominations process that 5 of you have to go through before we close out this session. Just let you know where we are on that. First, you should have in your packets and the supplemental materials this very colorful document that shows you the status where we are on the legislative recommendations that this board adopted back last October. I won't talk about outcomes-based funding, which is one of your top priorities. We've already covered that area, but I do want to point you to the second of the Tier 1 major priorities, reducing time to degree. There were 2 specific proposals, as you remember, that were part of that reducing time to degree priority. The first is that number 2, relating to capping the number of hours for an associate's degree. That particular recommendation is in a pretty strong position. As you can see, Senate Bill 497 on the Senate side, which does exactly that, has actually passed the Senate and is waiting for a hearing on the House. And Chairman Branch on the House, in his House Bill 30, which is a broader piece of legislation related to transfer, also includes that provision. And that has been passed out of committee and is waiting for a hearing on the House side set on calendar. So that particular provision is working its way through both chambers and is in a pretty strong position at this point in time. In terms of that gray, and you'll see a couple gray blocks here, the number 3 under reducing time to degree, which was the board's recommendation to reduce the threshold from 30 to 15 for when we determine excess hours for the purposes of stopping state funding for coursework and allowing institutions to charge out-of-state tuition. As you know, we've been producing at the coordinating board some very compelling data about the number of credits, excess credits that students are accumulating on their way towards actual degree completion. While many members downtown recognize that that data was in fact compelling, this particular recommendation just did not enjoy a level of support for anyone to file it at this time. Many of the members felt there were other ways we could tackle this challenge. They wanted some certain things to play out. For example, you'll recall that last session at a board recommendation, the legislature adopted a requirement that all students have to file a degree plan no later than 45 credit hours. Well, that has just started to take effect. And so that's just one example of policies they'd like to see play out a little bit before we perhaps move to this particular recommendation. So again, it wasn't that they didn't recognize and didn't think there was an issue or a problem here. They just didn't feel at this moment in time that this particular policy was something they wanted to pursue. So that legislation has not been filed. Moving along to the restructuring financial aid, we talked briefly about this during the budget. The primary recommendation from the coordinating board was related to Texas grant. And you'll recall that it was a pretty comprehensive recommendation, not only in terms of providing flexibility to institutions to right-size the Texas Grant Award so that we could spread the dollars as far as we could to as many needy students as possible, but you also recommended a expanding the transfer pathway for Texas grant recipients between a community college or two-year college and a university. Because the budget situation changed and the legislature, as Linda pointed out, was able to find a whole lot more money than we perhaps anticipated when we started this conversation, and because the legislature, the budget committees who are working on this adopted the policy that's already in place that the coordinating board's been executing with the institutions for the last 2 years to target $5,000 awards for universities and $1,325 awards for community colleges. We're in a position right now, if this budget passes and those targets are largely met, we will serve somewhere between 85 and 90% of all eligible new students without having to make significant changes to statute. That being said, House Bill 2829 tries to do part of the recommendations that the coordinating board was recommending, specifically providing the institutions the flexibility and the local control to right-size those Texas grant students for each student that comes before them and needs aid. So this is really a flexibility measure that I believe enjoys pretty wide support amongst the institutions who are, my understanding, have been supporting this legislation and trying to see that it gets passed. Again, it's her legislation basically makes that provides them the flexibility to make sure they can execute the intent of the budget folks who have set the dollar amounts and the targets for this particular biennium. And again, that legislation would also provide that bifurcation between the community colleges and the universities by taking community colleges out of the Texas Grant Program, which from I think the community college sector supports. It makes a whole lot of sense in terms of having a coherent financial aid strategy. So that bill has passed out of committee and is again waiting for a hearing. Just one other piece of legislation I'll point out that's been a priority, and that's under the Tier 2 programmatic changes. That first one, number 6, related to the Graduate Medical Education Physician Resident Expansion Program. It's a mouthful. As Linda, you recall from Linda's presentation, there is money set aside in the budget to execute this. There's two pieces of legislation working through that would make that happen. There's a bit of difference between the two. One is Representative Branch has his version, and Senator Nelson, Senate Bill 143, has another version. Those will probably have to work out the differences there, but this is the legislation that's going to help execute and move the dollars that have been set aside in the budget, and those are moving in the right direction. You see the rest there. I won't go through any more. I know you get an update each week via email on where we stand with these. Just to give you a sense of where we are in the process, a lot of legislation is about to turn into a pumpkin, particularly on the House side. May 6th is the last day that a House bill can be voted out of committee, and May 9th is the last day that a House bill can actually be voted on in second reading. So we've got about 10 days, plus or minus. So legislation is, by most accounts, there's not a whole lot of legislation moving, period, not just in terms of higher ed, just generally. We don't know if that's going to change the next week or so, if the log jam is going to clear, but there hasn't been a whole lot of movement on the House side just in general in terms of moving legislation. So the Senate obviously is much more flexible. They can literally file legislation and pass it in 24 hours, which I think they recently did out of a committee just yesterday related to a guns on campus bill. But the House side, if bills have not moved out, particularly as I mentioned, a couple House bills that the coordinating board's interested in, if they don't get the House floor very soon, it's not likely they're going to clear that hurdle. So with that, those recommendations, let me just highlight just a couple other bills that you may be interested in. First, House Bill 25 by Dan Branch, which is related to outcomes-based funding. He is, as you'll recall, passed House Bill 9 last session that asked the coordinating board to work with institutions to produce a recommendation for 10%. This bill ultimately takes the recommendation threshold to 25%, but does it in a phase-in. So his bill would ask the coordinating board to work with institutions to provide a recommendation for 15% next biennium and then 25% the following biennium. It's very important to remember his legislation, if passed, just like House Bill 9 as passed, does not execute outcomes-based funding. It simply provides the deliberative infrastructure, if you will, for the coordinating board and institutions to work on recommendations to provide to the legislature. Ultimately, the legislature has the authority to accept, reject, or ignore those recommendations. So that piece of legislation has cleared House committee, is working its way towards the House. Just a couple others that I will highlight. We already mentioned low-producing program legislation. Senator Seliger has also passed that legislation as a standalone bill out of the Senate. So it's both in the Senate and it's a standalone legislation. Senator Seliger has also passed out of the Senate Senate Bill 496, which would take the approval of capital projects out of the coordinating board's purview and instead install that down at the boards of regents. So again, that legislation has cleared the Senate. It has not yet been picked up on the House or referred to committee. So, but still, there's a lot of time for a Senate bill at this point on the House because there's still a month or so they have to work with. Just one other bill I will highlight, the Senate Bill 301 by Senator Zaffirini, which would prohibit the coordinating board from approving a certificate of authority to grant professional degrees to foreign institutions, foreign post-secondary institutions. That legislation has also passed the Senate, but has not yet been picked up in the House and is waiting for a co-sponsor. So I'll pause there on legislation before I just give a brief update on nominations, if there's any questions on those or any other bills. So in terms of nominations, again, we are literally, there's 4 meetings left of the nominations committee. That includes next Monday. I'm happy to say you won't be going before the nominations committee next Monday for those 5 members. We know that for certain. But that means that there's literally probably 2 realistic dates, but they do have a third date out there that they would rather not use for a hearing, but if they need to, they can. And those dates are May 6th, May 13th, and May 20th, which would be the final opportunity for nominations committee to meet. The appointment committees from the appointment clerk, rather, for the governor's office has not officially released the nominations to the nominations committee, which has to happen before they can even begin to start scheduling. We are in constant contact with the governor's office. They assure us that it is coming. There's nothing, if history, or at least last session, is any indication. We had a late hearing last time, too. I think we were in May, one of the last meetings. So don't feel like this is any indication that there's any sort of problem or challenge. The committee clerk for nomination has assured us that they're going to try to maximize the amount of time they give us so that we can work with your schedules and knowing that you're all busy and have things to work around. So we're hopeful that very soon they will receive the information from the governor's office so that they could put you on the docket, and then we'll work with them to schedule the hearing and give you as much advance notice as we can. I will also say that we have taken the opportunity as a staff to reach out to all the nomination committee members to share information about your bios, offer meetings if that's what the members want. So far, there's not been any takers. We've also reached out to your home senators because, as customary, they will often provide a statement of support or actually come introduce you in front of the committee. So we've reached out to those offices. You may also want to do that, particularly if you have a personal relationship. It may not be a bad thing to reach out and say, I'll be coming up there very soon. And we'll follow up with the staffs once we have a date set. So with that, are there any questions on legislation or the nominations process?
Thank you very much. We remove item G. I don't have it on my. Okay, I believe the next item is G. Consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board on Community Colleges Financial Condition Report. Is that correct, or has that been? Go ahead. Go ahead, Gary.
The 82nd Legislature in Rider 14 of the Appropriation Bill requires that the Coordinating Board produce a report on the financial condition of the state's public community colleges. This is the second report that we've done, and I believe a draft report was sent to you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, or if you have any other information you want me to talk about that's in this report.
Members, any particular questions? Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, we've covered item 6.8, so the next item on our agenda is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to proposed amendments to Chapter 17, Resource Planning, Subchapter A, General Provisions, Section 17.3 of Board Rules concerning resource planning definitions. Who's presenting on that one? Good morning.
Good afternoon, I guess it is.
Yep, good afternoon, sorry.
In a nutshell, these three rule changes are interconnected. Currently, a project goes on to the capital expenditure plan, or MP1 as we call it, and there's very little that defines it. For instance, a building comes up and says academic building, which the institution provides for 10,000 square feet for $100 million. When that project actually comes to us, it could be called the XYZ Center for Academic Endeavors at 100,000 square feet at another price. So the question becomes what actually defines that project or what identifies that project. In terms of changing the definition or creating a definition for planned project, it specifies that the project is within certain cost parameters and certain size or scope, and that defines the project for us, and a planned project, and makes that a requirement that a project also be prioritized. Prioritization is normal. The plan is prioritized each year by the institutions. That's especially important because we have up to 125 projects from an individual institution in a given year submitted on that plan. And that becomes very problematic as we go down the road in some of the concerns that board members have had with some of the changes that have gone forth. Now, the provisions in B, subchapter B, that are before you, allow that if that's the only standard that's not met, it can still be delegated to the commissioner level or the assistant commissioner level. And subchapter C goes on to say that this is not a go, no-go. If it doesn't meet one of these, it can still be considered, but it has to be considered under normal processes. So essentially it becomes levels of scrutiny, that a project where the institution meets all the standards, where the project meets all the standards, where it's truly been planned by the institution within a 10% parameter, then it falls into really a truly planned project. If it doesn't meet one of those, then the provisions are outlined within rule to address each one of those. If there's a space surplus issue, a remediation plan is offered, proved, and presented to you. If it presents an unforeseen opportunity, then it still can go through. It just has that next level of scrutiny of either going through whatever level of approval authority as outlined in previous rules. That's it in a nutshell. We have received some feedback from the institution. It's listed in your materials. Under subchapter A, there was concern that there may be a collision between the provisions of 610573 Texas Education Code, which is the definition of project, and in that it says a project is a capital construction, et cetera, on through. Down in the actual implementation guidance to that, it says the project is identified on the master plan. This provides that scope of what really identifies a project. And it follows precedent that we've used before in the 10%. If a project exceeds 10% in its cost, it has to come back for reapproval. So it truly falls out of that definition window, if you will, of being a different project. That was one of the concerns. Another of the concerns in there, they are before you, of the clear prioritization. Prioritization in capital plans is quite normal, especially in resource-constrained times. And this allows, and they said that there are several types of projects that are fast-track projects. You get a new, I think the case of one, you get a new professor comes in, they need their lab outfitted. Those aren't the $25 million projects that would go before full board. Those would be the projects that would go through the expedited, or not expedited, through the delegated to either the assistant commissioner or the commissioner. As noted in our comments, our last study, those take about 3 days for us to run those through. We use SharePoint, electronic approvals, a letter is submitted. It's very quick. Or if it's not approved, the determination is made in a very short period of time. Another concern was with real property acquisitions, in that it's hard to project a year out what's going to come on the market. We agreed and made modifications to where the unforeseen opportunity could be brought up, and that they did not have to be considered a planned project, and that's indicated in the subchapter C changes. So it essentially opens up, if you will, the window for real property acquisition to provide more agility. I guess paradoxically, the less information that's provided in the capital plan, the more agility that's created under the current status. Under these changes, the more specific and the more specified planning that's been done, the more agility that's created. So it aligns those two, because right now there seems to be two different directions.
Okay. Members, any questions?
Just one. Under subchapter C, we made some modifications based on the comments that we received.
Yes, sir.
But under subchapter A, one of the comments was that we that the new rule doesn't allow for elevating a project into the top 10 or for potential changes in scope that might impact cost. So, if a university has a project that was ranked number 15, but donor appears and says, well, that's a high priority for me. I'm going to give you $10 million. And that changes the university's attitude towards where that project ought to be ranked.
Yes, sir.
And so how will the new rules allow them to adjust on the fly?
Well, what it would be one of those unforeseen opportunities that would exist. With that short period of time, as you accurately point out, a donor comes in and says, here's a load of cash and I want that priority moved up, or I want to get this thing going in the next year for whatever reason, then that could still come before us. Now, based on the thresholds that are identified in the delegation, that project may very well go to the assistant commissioner. It could go to the commissioner level, which is internal, and this is reported to you at the committee and board hearings as you did today. Under the current conditions, it's one of those balancing things. Could they resubmit? Could they change the priority? It makes it a little different. It kind of loses its purpose because project number 124 now it's project 10. And it's, shifting on the fly is okay. If they wanted to make provisions or they wanted to sit down and discuss a way that the capital plan could be updated quarterly, certainly we can meet with them and do that. But right now, the way it is, it's submitted annually. It's done in concert with some of the other state agencies. And that's why you will see $1 million and $2 million projects that would never come before us because that's still statutory guidance where we have a cutoff of $4 million.
Well, does this rule change preclude universities from voluntarily updating their master plan more frequently than annually?
No, sir.
So there's an opportunity for them to choose to do so if they have reason to do so, rather than us require that. We can. There will be an increased staff effort if they do that, of course. The programming of submitting the report. It would still, if it still fell within the cost and the size parameters, they could resubmit that report. We would have to, update our database, which isn't a hard thing to do. So the answer to your question is yes, that is a possibility.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we need to vote on these separately?
Consensus of the board allows either way.
Okay.
Take them together.
Is there a motion to
move approve all three?
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I think at this time we're going to, if it's okay with the board, we're going to break for lunch before the closing the gaps update from Dr. Gardner. So we're not adjourned. We're just breaking for lunch.
We're taking item 7 out of order.
That's right. Item 6J's update on closing the gaps. David Gardner, Deputy Commissioner for Planning and Accountability, will present this item.
Okay.
David.
Thank you. We've been asked to present a report on where we stand with closing the gaps. We weren't very happy in the fall, and I think after today you're going to be happier. We've been working very hard the last few months to do additional analysis. New data is available. We're going to share some of that with you, and there are a number of slides here. You'll have access to all the slides, so I'm going to skip over some of them very quickly or not even address them in the sense of time. So to begin with, we really have new certified data available now, particularly for career colleges. We didn't have that available. Their reporting cycle is different. That data doesn't come in until December, and that's been very helpful. The career college data fits into that, but we had some certified data from institutions that wasn't available at the time as well. And we're including flex entry students. And I'll talk about that more on the next page. And so let me look down the page to career colleges. You notice that since December and April, that number has jumped by 23,000 students. That simply means they had not reported till December. As a way to better utilize staff, we have them on a slightly different reporting cycle than the public institutions, and so we will never have that data available until December unless we change that. If we do that, we'll have to increase staff. The more notable item is flex entry. Flex entry means students enroll in schools after the semester starts. You heard a little bit about that this morning. Now, this has gone on we've had this for a number of years, but it's become increasingly important, mainly because many of the community colleges, who are the ones who utilize flex entry, have realized that students who don't start a class at the beginning don't do as well. You miss 2 or 3 weeks of class, you're just not going to do as well. So many are not allowing students to enter late in the semester as they did before. This is a positive thing, and we have to commend the community colleges for doing that. But it means we have, in this case, a little over 43,000 students that weren't included in our head count. We've made sure that none of these students were enrolled at the beginning of September, so this is an unduplicated head count. So this is essentially 43,000 more students. What does this mean? We actually have about 60,000 more students enrolled in the fall than we thought in Texas. It's very positive. The downside is if you turn to, you see we're on track, but I want to skip to this chart. We're still far behind on the Hispanic target. You see that we've actually made great progress with African Americans, but to reach our Hispanic target, which is a subset of the overall participation goal, we need 165,000 more Hispanics. Now, one of the problems in getting at this, you see that we really have 90,000 students more than we projected. Because of federal changes in definitions, we know that there are, but we don't have any idea how many Hispanics, people who would previously be considered Hispanics, included in that category, and they still are Hispanics. But
we know that Hispanics increasingly do not identify themselves as Hispanics because there's a lot of intermarriage, and rather than categorize themselves as white or Hispanic, they just
That's right.
leave it blank.
My own family, we have several cases of that where the husband is Hispanic.
Too.
So I think that's something that will be changing in society in general, but particularly in Texas in the coming decades, and that I think is positive. There has been talk about establishing a situation room. We have, in fact, created a room on the second floor where we meet every Friday, but staff are available to go in there, and we're building it up to make it more technologically capable so we can do more and more analysis, look at data in more detail. We meet there every Friday. We'll be meeting there again for a couple hours tomorrow, updating, seeing our progress on a number of programs. But just in the short time we've been meeting there, we've addressed some programs that we think we can do immediately that will make a difference. And we're still working on longer-term issues, and I'll go into these in more detail, but not too much later. Just to give you an example, we're looking at data by state in different categories. It's not surprising that South Texas and Upper Rio Grande are enrolling a larger share of the Hispanic population. Here you see this is categorized by college-going rates. The dark blue are those with 60 to 75% of the students graduating in those counties are going on to college. To show you why it's important to look at this in different ways, the next chart tells a little bit different story because it's based on the numbers of students actually going on to college. So the previous chart tells you that there's some counties that are not doing well in terms of sending on many students, but they may in fact not have many students. Just briefly, we'll go by this. This is something that a tool that you actually asked us to develop. Dr. Golden actually initiated this. This is to help high schools see how their students are doing when they go on to college. We're actually using the same tool to begin to drill down and see are there high schools in Texas we can identify beyond those we already have in terms of putting in resources and helping them make improvements. The next chart just gives you an idea of some of the breakdowns for that. This particular one is college going rate by economic status. Here's one of the things we targeted. We knew that Gen Tech's Day was coming up soon. This was already scheduled, but we thought, how can we make a difference when this? How can we take it to another level? And so Jarrell Booker, who joined ourselves a few months ago, has really been actively engaged with this, and he's reached out and found 19 regional councils and colleges that are going to host application drives on these Gen Techs Days. So not only are they going to celebrate going on to college, but they're going to be try to enroll them on the spot. University of North Texas, for example, has actually said they'll waive their application fee if they wear a Gen Tech shirt that day. So this is very aggressive. It's taking Gen Techs to the next level. We think that that's very important, and we're having some competition amongst them in terms of who can get a college tour package for students.
How much is the application? They're still going to have to pay $3.
At North Texas, I'm not sure exactly how much.
How much is the shirt?
It's a shirt is less than the application fee. I know that for sure. I think the shirts are $15. So it's a positive thing, but it shows that the universities are doing something a little different because they want to help and aid, and so they're not being inflexible and bureaucratic. And so they stepped up very quickly. It didn't take a lot of coaxing, from what I understand. It's actually more than one institution doing this. It was my understanding that some other schools are doing it as well. 17, I understand we have 17 schools doing this. We can get you a list of those schools. So if you want to thank your local institutions, I think that would be a positive measure. Let's see.
Hold that thought. A letter, I think, from our chairman to those institutions that are participating would probably be in order.
Sure.
We'll do that.
That's a good
plan.
idea.
But we were really impressed at how quickly the schools stepped up to do this. So sometimes, universities and community colleges don't react quite as quickly as we'd like, but always quicker than bureaucrats, I suppose. But they stepped up to do this. Their goal is to help students participate in higher education. Another program that staff identified, staff were aware of a local program called works with the summer melt. This is essentially a phenomenon whereby students are actually accepted to college, but something happens over the summer and they don't enroll. So this is a local program with the Austin Chamber of Commerce, which is really designed to follow up with students, those who are going on to college, and work with part-time counselors in the summer to contact these folks and to make sure they actually make it to college in the fall. If you look at this next chart, you'll see statewide that we've identified that last year there was 37,000 students who were accepted at a public university and didn't enroll in Texas. Now, some of them enrolled out of state, but we expect that if we can get even half of these folks to enroll statewide, we will have done a good job of retaining or really getting students who were interested in college to begin with to move forward. We're actually planning to help provide some support locally to some part-time high school counselors this summer. We have some money available to do that through Judy Laredo's division, and we're going to support that, and if this works, we'll encourage it in other parts of the state the following year. There's more detail. I'll just say that there's going to be a lot of study of this program, and we'll know really whether it works or not going forward. Staff met. We took one of our accountability meetings that was already scheduled with community college and used that to broaden it to include enrollment managers. And Judy Laredo staff and Susan Brown met with them and to talk about what their closing the gaps goals are. Are they at the level they should be? There are a number of schools in the state that Hispanic targets are really much lower than most of us, including the schools, would think are warranted given their populations. So we're working with them on that. We learned more about the flex growth, as this is really a change in the way of delivering in higher education in general that's going to be important to keep track of. They also said that students are taking jobs that are requiring more of them, and because of this, they say they're taking fewer hours. And then talking to them about various programs we can develop with them to talk about the benefits of higher education and the various job fields and that type of thing. We'll be having a similar meeting with university enrollment managers with SPUPSI's help later in June. We've reached our goal in terms of success, as it happens. if we were a little bit further from closing the gaps, I think we'd recommend to the board that we increase the goal. But we're not going to stop, of course. But when you add in the career colleges, we've actually exceeded our goal. Our goal, if you don't remember, was 210,000 degrees and certificates, 236,000. Now, the board, you may remember, wanted to change our Chapter 7 rules to make Texas a little bit more accessible to good and quality career schools. I think you're seeing part of the effect here in that we're giving access through another means for the school. So this is, a benefit of that change you made just about 5 years ago now. So you see the trend. We think that's going to continue. We have an increase in certificates. The community colleges are really stressing the completion of the associate degree to a greater extent than they ever have. So we think we're going to keep improving. I think if degrees and certificates are used as a part of the next plan, I think we can be more aggressive in that goal than we've been in this one. The only group that is sort of falling behind is the white students, and to some extent that's simply because of changing demographics at this point. One other area we've targeted is you're aware that a bill regarding reverse transfer and the community colleges stressed wanting to do this. This is essentially since we move on to university that they inform the community colleges of hours they complete that would allow them to finish a degree. We've discovered through talking to the community colleges that there's some glitches in this, and we're trying to help work it out on a voluntary basis. So help to establish a code for identification, a short-term thing. What form might this really take so they don't get different forms from different schools? The volume has just been staggering at some community colleges, which is a positive thing, but we're trying to help sort of work with them and bring order to that, and based upon their recommendations. Grad Texas, I hope some of you know we've had a program in place where we've been trying to work with schools to help students who have either 90 semester credit hours accumulated through universities or 55 if they just attended a community college that don't have an award. This is to go back, identify them, and help them finish their degree. As a result of the process, our meetings, we've discovered that some other states have been working with their Department of Public Safety to identify exactly where students now live. This has been a problem for us. We know students are there, but we don't have current addresses. So we're in the process. Susan Brown and Van Davis will be meeting next week to try to work out a contract with Bill Francis' help so that we can, DPS can do this for us, that they're happy to do it. And when we have that, we'll be able to contact these students directly and help put them in contact with an institution. We've also, through this process, asked Western Governors University to add in to the process as another resource. And the schools like Midwestern State have been very helpful already. So our goals are within reach. We need 42,000 additional students to enroll by 2015 to reach the goal. We essentially have three falls to reach that. Our Hispanic target's still far behind, hopefully not as much as we think because of the other category. And the success goal has already been met. So, I think we still want to be aggressive with that because we still have far too many students who have invested in their education and the state's invested in it, and they just haven't realized the full success that you heard this morning from college measures that actually having the credential makes a difference in the workplace, not just completing the hours. So I breezed through that. If you have any questions.
I'm sorry. A couple of pages back, you have where the title states white students are the only ethnic group to fall behind, and you have the Hispanic column over the goal, and then so I'm confused.
This is
completion
on completion,
okay,
not participation.
Okay.
So we're seeing a very pronounced improvement in the percentage of the Hispanics who are actually completing the degree. We've seen great success there, and that's a good thing. White students really were never a part of one of our targets, but we still monitor that just to understand.
David, while you're on this, I had a question about it too. One of the things lacking in our data, though, I think is still lacking in our data, are students, Texas high school graduates who earn a degree out of state.
That's correct.
And I suspect that would affect these numbers because we estimate 10% approximately go out of state.
We estimate that. Now, at the time the board adopted the plan, they understood that, and that the numbers for degrees was based on in-state completions. Now, there are a number of things that are happening now. We heard at the council yesterday that the University of Texas system is contracting with the National Student Clearinghouse. We know the community colleges are wanting us to follow up on transfers who go out of state. I mentioned to the representative from the UT system that now may be the time to really see if everybody wants to go together and have a statewide contract with National Student Clearinghouse rather than everyone having a separate one, so we can reduce the costs. You may recall we asked the legislature for some money to do this a few years ago, and it didn't get through the session. There are different ways of doing it, but in the past we have particularly focused on those leaving high school and where they're going afterwards, and we've done it enough to know that it's about 10%. Our sister agency, TEA, was a little uncomfortable with sending data to the National Student Clearinghouse going forward because of some glitches that have been up there. But we did have some money from Gates we could have paid to do that, at least for 1 year if we wanted to.
Well, I'd just like to see us continue to pursue, just in the interest of full accuracy, continue to pursue that out-of-state data.
Well, it gives you a better figure, and I think we all know that one of the changes from the top 10% is that we had more students considering out-of-state institutions because they didn't really realize there were other options. I think we heard this morning that there's some very good options in the state if employment's your primary goal, that there's many more institutions that will fulfill that. But and part of that, too, is we want to know if they come back. Now, if they come back,
right,
we can find them. We have the ability to do that.
Well, of course, yeah, that is obviously the end game in terms of our workforce gain. And
right.
Anecdotally, there's a lot of evidence that since the advent of the top 10% rule, at least from certain districts, a growing percentage of students have gone out of state to college, have chosen to do that. And it would be nice to put data to see whether the original assumptions when the in-state goals were set are still accurate, or if there has been a trend where that's increased to some degree.
That's true. I think we need to know that better. My daughter's own high school, probably less than 10% went to college in Texas from either of their graduating classes. But I think most of them will be coming back to Texas.
Yeah, well, hopefully so.
And Mr. Chairman, the top 10%, when that went, is that because they couldn't get into the university of their choice?
Well,
so they went to another.
Again, it's anecdotal, but I mean, and I think a lot of us know families that if their child was not able to get into UT or A&M, rather than go to an in-state college, a lot of students chose to go to Georgia or Oklahoma.
Okay. But you will find, if you look at our application data, an interesting trend. At the very beginning, at UT Austin, for example, if a top 10% student applied, they enrolled. That's not as likely now. I think that's dropped to maybe 60% of them actually enrolled that were admitted. So while the numbers of top 10% students has gone up, part of what's happened is it's sort of changed the context and the analysis for students in choosing colleges. I think they're looking more broadly than they used to.
But I think it behooves us to keep pursuing that data so that we can see what really has happened instead of all the anecdotal.
We're intensely involved in that, and we appreciate the encouragement to do that.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, David. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning portion of this meeting.
Thank you, Harold. The next item is Agenda Item 8, matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, chaired by Janelle Shepard. Janelle?
Thank you. We'll start with any public testimony. I don't believe there's any that has been turned in. If we do not have any public testimony, we'll move on. Agenda 8C is a staff presentation of the new undergraduate existing program performance review system. The newly available online system will allow institutions to review their programs' data and compare their programs with others. Lucy Heston, Assistant Director for Universities and Health-Related Institutions, will present.
Good afternoon. The undergraduate existing program review project began in 2009 with the assistance of members from the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee and institutions' accountability peer group representatives to develop a tool for institutions to review current institution-level accountability measures applied at the programmatic level. Sorry, wait for the slides. Apologize. I will. The deans, department chairs, and faculty can use this information in strategic planning and program development. The system provides comparable program-level information for statewide accountability peer groups and individual institution data. The focus is providing detailed information to these institutions for their use. Programmatic faculty then can determine discipline-specific peers and use that information for development and planning. The measures themselves were developed by UEAC and the accountability peer groups, and they made the suggestions looking at data that is currently received by the coordinating board. Therefore, all of the data in the system are from existing reports, and institutions do not need to provide any additional information for this system. The measures are based on inputs, throughputs, and outputs, including fall enrollment, persistent rates of juniors, and transfer student graduation rates. This is a quantitative representation of data of undergraduate programs. The system itself can be found. There's a link on the main coordinating board website, and it will take you to, if you go to Explore, it will take you right into it. On the main site, if you click on Explorer, it will take you to it. And there's a link right there at the bottom of the current issues, and it'll take you to the system. Over on the far right, Elizabeth, if you could scroll through, that would be great. The screen is obviously giant. There is a user guide which incorporates how to use the system and all of the idiosyncrasies that it has, which are a few, and in addition to the specific definitions for each measure. Elizabeth's going to sort of float around here, and we'll look at a few things. You can see that we are looking at 4 different levels of degree types. The Applied Associate and Workforce Certificates, Baccalaureate degrees, and the Bachelors of Applied Technology are separated out, and they are at the 4-digit SIP level. The Academic Associate's degrees are also included. However, due to the nature of the Academic Associate's degrees, it was not possible to subdivide it to the programmatic level. Therefore, this section has institutional information for all Academic Associate degrees as one program. Example we're going to show you here is looking at, again, when you change the degree types, if you click on a different degree type, it'll change the measures that are in each column, and it will also change the institutions. You can see a little further down the screen. You can go in and select multiple measures, multiple institutions, different peer groups, statewide totals, multiple different SIP code areas to your heart's content, and make it specific to however the institution wants to view the data. Example, we're going to look at the Applied Associates and Workforce Certificate. We're going to limit it to the year 2003. One of the more interesting information that we receive is time to degree. We wanted to show you this one not just because it's going to give you one piece of information, but because it is subdivided to such specific detail. We're going to select the Criminal Justice and Corrections programs because it is one of the more popular applied associate programs. The quick definition of this, as you're looking at it, it's going to give you information of certificate and award completers at the 4-digit SIP level These students are traced back 10 years to find out when he or she was reported as a first-time student. The semester credit hours do not include developmental ed credits, and the semesters count is fall and spring semesters. As you can see, the results are split between applied associate completers, certificate completers, the semester credit hours, and the number of semesters, as well as full or part-time information. So there's a great deal of information within each measure itself. Scrolling down the list, you can see at the top there are the statewide totals, and then again for the accountability peer groups before it goes into individual institutions and their data. Another example is to look at the baccalaureate degree. Again, we're going to look at 2011. This one we decided to take a look at persistence rate. Now this is the persistence rate of juniors to see where they are one academic year later from fall to fall, to see if they are enrolled in the same program at the same institution, the same program at a different institution, another program at the same institution, or another program at another institution. So hopefully tracking all the students. In this case, we've chosen psychology again because it is quite a popular program. And here's the data, just as again a snapshot of 1 year of 2011. These are just two examples of how an institution might use this system for gathering data about their programs. Again, they are very much aligned with the accountability system, but at the programmatic level with obviously tweaks to the definitions. This has been on the website since the beginning of March, and we've received quite a few phone calls and emails of institutions that are already utilizing this system. Thank you.
All right. Any questions?
Lucy, how do institutions use these data? What kinds of decisions do they make as a result of the availability of data?
A lot of them are looking at, they are finding their own peers. When you get down to the programmatic level, it's not necessarily going to be by accountability peer group as an equivalent program. So many of them are using it to look at like programs around the state to see who has a good time to degree or who has a strong persistence rate, and are comparing themselves with those. They are the best people to identify who those peers might be at the programmatic level.
All right. Thank you very much.
One question I had, do we have the ability to compare the production to workforce demand?
In this system, I'm going to refer to Julie Eklund on that one.
Yes, we do. We are able to align. In fact, that's part of the data that you saw. Oh, in terms of workforce demand as opposed to in terms of where students are actually.
Yes. For instance, statewide, we're producing X hundreds or thousands of psychology majors.
Mm-hmm.
But if the workforce demand is below or above that number, it would be an interesting comparison, particularly for, I'm thinking of what we saw earlier today for prospective students to see this degree program's highlighted in yellow, orange, or green based on whether there's a shortage or a surplus.
Yes, and I see David's.
The first answer is you cannot do it in this system.
Not in this system.
The second piece is the Texas Workforce Commission has this data, and the difficulty with workforce data is they can always tell you what's needed this year. It's not always so clear what's needed 5 years down the road, so that's always a little bit more challenging. But they know who's hiring what in general, and in Texas, they have it broken down into different categories, but there's some fields in which clearly they're hiring a lot of people, but just because of our growth, we tend to be hiring people in most things that are occupationally related. The second thing they're doing that I hadn't seen until a meeting that the governor's office put together a few months ago was that they actually are doing analysis of ads in the newspaper, which are very interesting, and it tells you really by field which ones are requiring degrees and which ones are saying it's on-the-job training. And this we looked at this in the context of the high school curriculum. It was interesting. So we've discovered that there's some things that we need to do there more carefully. Julie actually has been working on a group that's going to identify critical fields and determine. In fact, I need to review some work they've put together, but which are the most critical fields, and should we use a different definition of critical fields than we've used in the past, and how we go about updating that list and working more with the Workforce Commission and leaders in the state to be more aggressively involved in understanding the job market better than we have in the past. And I think that appears that may well be a key aspect of beyond the next plan, beyond closing the gap. So we're looking at a number of ways to do that. But we're not really where you want to be yet. We know where the data is, but we need to find a way to get it together in a more meaningful way.
Thank you. I figure if we keep asking the question, we'll get there.
All right, items 8D, E, and F are on the consent calendar. Item G is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from South Texas College to create a Bachelor of Applied Science in Organizational Leadership degree. Stacy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposed degree program requested by South Texas College is part of the coordinating board-led Texas Affordable Baccalaureate Project, which is funded through an EDUCAUSE Next Generation Learning Challenges grant. The proposed program would prepare graduates to enter management positions in business, government, nonprofit organizations, and educational settings. This would be the fourth baccalaureate degree program authorized for South Texas College. The proposed program would allow students to move through based on completion of successfully fulfilling competencies. Students would progress at their own pace, which could shorten the time to complete the degree program. The startup costs on the program are high. They're estimated at about $18.6 million. This is because of the development involved, which involved the creation of an entirely new curriculum and instruction model. However, it quickly, once the program is up and running and reaches scale, those startup costs are completely recouped, and the program not only becomes self-sustaining but generates revenue. The staff recommendation is for approval, and we've got Drs. Juan Mejia and Ali Esmaili here from South Texas College if you have any questions. Additionally, Dr. Van Davis is also available if you have specific questions about the coordinating board role in the Texas Affordable Baccalaureate Project.
Discussion?
Move to approve.
A motion and a second by Dennis. Further questions? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes. Thank you. Items 8, H, I, J, and K are on the consent calendar. Agenda item 8L is report on proposals approved by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. This is for informational purposes only. Stacy.
This agenda item is the report of the new degree proposals which were approved either by the commissioner or the assistant commissioner since the last board meeting. The list is attached as the white page, and as reflected on the list, the commissioner approved 3 preliminary authority requests, and assistant commissioner approved 10 community college requests and 17 requests from general academic and health-related institutions. There is no action required on this.
Questions?
Commissioner, do you want to just take this opportunity to talk about the comments that you made regarding preliminary authority to SPUPSI?
Yes, well, we've made a determination through a series of conversations about this matter with staff that there are some advantages to having preliminary authority, but in the overall scheme of things, we feel that we can do away with it, reduce this process to one step where we provide institutions the appropriate level of information about what a strong proposal looks like, and just count on the institution, work with the institution to submit a strong proposal. We have legislation that's going through the process that would require us to approve a degree program within a year. So this would help us achieve that goal, which I think is a good thing. I think we've learned how to streamline the process. We took a look at some of these issues and going through some of our lean activities. So I think it's a good move to make. And as I say, we've had concurrence from David Gardner, who has a responsibility for this area, and some of his staff.
Other questions, comments? Thank you, Stacy. Agenda item 8M, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to higher education impact statements for the 83rd Texas Legislature. Stacy.
This is the consideration of 3 educational impact statements. The first is related to Senate Bill 120, which would create the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center at El Paso as a component institution of the Texas Tech University system. Just as an update, this bill passed the Senate and it's making its way through the House, and it was reported favorably with amendments by the House Higher Ed Committee earlier this week. The next educational impact statement was on Senate Bill 24, which would create a new university in South Texas as a component of the University of Texas system and would establish the University of Texas Health Science Center South Texas. The proposed legislation merges the University of Texas at Brownsville and the University of Texas Pan American to create a new university. This bill has passed the Senate in March and has been received in the House. And the final education impact statement is Senate Bill 566, which would allow the University of Texas System Board of Regents to establish a school of pharmacy at the University of Texas at Tyler. And this bill has passed the Senate and is making its way through the House. All these educational impact statements are included as your white pages, and we do need the board approval officially. They have already been forwarded over to the LBB, and as you can see, as I explained, the bills are all making their way through. Somewhere they're moving through.
Do you want them individually or as a whole?
We could probably take them as a consensus of.
Well, I move they all 3 be approved.
Question?
Second.
Well,
yep.
Second.
Bobby, second. Okay, now discuss.
Okay.
Your microphone's not on. You need to pull it up close.
I've read a letter here that's questioning just how, from our agency and from our commissioner, just how feasible this establishment of of course, I'd love to have one in East Texas, by the way, that's not the point, but the commissioner's questioning the need for an additional pharmacy school in Texas. And I don't even think, I think it's a well-written letter, but I think you've neglected to even consider the impact of automation is going to do to improve the efficiency of how pharmaceuticals are being dispensed. To give you an example, in the hospital I work with, we're now installing vending machines that can dispense 90% of all the drugs in our formulary, which I see that as as we implement a national health care program being more prevalent, because they're going to streamline how these pharmaceuticals are going to be dispensed, and the more they can, and the biggest thing they're concerned about is doing it in the most cost-effective manner they can. And so I see that impacting pharmacy also, as well as some of the other things that you pointed out in your letter, because I know it'll decrease the dependency that we have in East Texas Medical Center to rely on pharmacy to directly dispense medication. So, and then and then you write the letter, and the legislature seems to go ahead and pass it anyway. So, would you address that?
Yes, we received notice of this legislation very late, and we prepared this educational impact statement in what 10, 12 hours, something like that. We knew that there was a lot of information that we lacked in order to make a definitive decision. So we knew, for example, that the UT system hasn't considered this project yet, and I would guess that there would be other institutions of the system that would be interested in having a pharmacy school, so the UT has to think about that issue. What we did, Dr. Golden, was based on the urgency of the matter. We wanted to express concerns, indicate that there were a lot of steps that still had to be taken, but to leave the door open for a further consideration. There are a lot of questions that were raised about whether the financial model would actually work.
That question. And also diluting the applicant pool and the quality of students that are going to go into pharmacy if we continue to expand the slots, and just how qualified are some of these people going to be. And that's a rigorous program. How successful are they going to be in completing? I'm concerned.
Well, and we, I think we expressed our concern, and at the same time we knew that this issue is gaining momentum in the legislature, so we wanted to strike a somewhat neutral ground, but say there are a lot of questions that still have to be answered.
One of the mitigating factors is that, right, wrong, or indifferent, their business plan does not rely on formula funding, and so from that standpoint, they're not putting taxpayer funding at risk.
It's a good idea. I'd like to see it work, but I've got some questions as to whether it will. We'll have to wait and see if that's what they decide.
Any other questions? Discussion?
I so move.
Let's call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The motion passes. Chairman, that concludes the business of the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success.
Thank you, Janelle. You seem much more efficient than Harold on the previous part of the agenda.
I get paid more.
Yeah.
The next agenda item is item 9, matters relating to the Task Force on Community and Technical Colleges. Dennis Golden is chair of this task force and will give us a brief update on their work to date. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Task Force on Community and Technical Colleges is composed of 3 board members, Durga Agarwal, Manira Lalandi, and myself. The task force is holding a series of regional listening meetings across the state. These meetings are being hosted by community and technical colleges. The purpose of the meetings is to learn more about the best practices for increasing student success, listening to the challenges facing two-year colleges, and to solicit feedback on state priorities and initiatives that directly impact two-year colleges. A college in each of the 6 membership regions, as defined by the Texas Association of Community Colleges, has volunteered to host these regional meetings. The hosting colleges invite trustees, presidents, and other interested stakeholders to attend. The task force members listen to the concerns and solicit input from the participants. The information learned from these meetings will guide the work of the Task Force on Community and Technical Colleges. Ultimately, the outcome of the listening sessions is to develop a report which will be presented to the board with recommendations and recommended actions the board and staff can undertake to strengthen two-year colleges and improve student success and outcomes. The task force initial meeting was held on October 2012 in Austin. To date, we have held 3 regional meetings in San Jacinto College, Panola College, and most recently at McClendon Community College. On March 22nd, 2013, the 3rd regional meeting was hosted by McClendon Community College in the Northwest House on the campus there at McClendon College. Meeting attendees were from the Texas Association of Community Colleges in the Central Texas region. I am pleased to report that a large number of community college trustees attended the meeting. Their involvement in this process is very important. The trustees, along with campus presidents and other senior level executives from several colleges, participated in lively conversations with Mr. Lalandi and myself. Several of the meeting participants stated they were sincerely appreciative of the outreach of the board and the staff and the renewed focus on communication. They expressed that they could sense the momentum, that the momentum was important, and not to let up or let the momentum stop. The task force meetings have provided meaningful dialogue and common areas of concern. We're beginning to focus on a select group of core issues. The first issue is to assist the community and technical colleges to improve student persistence. While we have made great strides in student participation as part of closing the gap, helping students persist, re-enroll from fall to fall, to continue making progress in the programs of study and graduate is a priority of our task force. I will provide additional details about the report in the future meetings. The next task force meeting will be hosted in Tarrant County College on May 13th, 2013. We have initially discussed meeting at Tarrant Community College in April. However, scheduling conflicts delayed the meeting. We're planning additional regional meetings for the late spring or summer. We hope to arrange a meeting at the community colleges in THECB South Texas region, followed by meetings in West Texas region in the next couple of months. Additionally, the members of the task force have been invited to attend the upcoming meeting of the Community College Association of Texas Trustees. The meeting is scheduled for June 1st, 2013 in Houston. I myself am planning to attend, and we look forward to participating in that.
Dennis, I think it's actually here in Austin.
Okay, never mind. Austin, I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me.
Got your flyer right here.
Yeah, I got my flyer here, but it's in Austin. We look forward to participating in that meeting and hearing what the CCATT members want to share with us. Anyone on the board that wishes to attend, contact me or Gary, and we'll be happy to give you an application. But I think Fred has indicated that he's going to be in attendance, and I'm certainly going to make an effort, as well as the rest of the task force, to be in attendance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dennis, for that report. Appreciate the good work that the task force is doing. And on that last item, Marie Flickinger, who is there as chair of the San Jacinto Board of Trustees, has invited me to speak to the conference. And in our last discussion, I haven't seen a full agenda, but I volunteered some of the rest of you, if you were available, and if they wanted. I think they're also planning a Friday reception as well as their conference on Saturday, June the 1st. So there'll be more. You'll be receiving more detail by email, I'm sure, on the trustees' annual meeting agenda.
Mr. Chairman, what we're really trying to do is listen and identify their problems that they're dealing with and facing, and then coming up with some solutions to help them in any way we can. And that's, I think, the gist of what my report involves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Next agenda item is item 11, matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee. Committee Chair Munir Lalani had to leave the meeting early, so we will turn it to Vice Chair Bobby Jenkins for that committee report.
Chair's overview. During the Deputy Commissioner's report, the following reports were provided to the Agency Operations Committee. The reports included a quarterly financial report, continuous improvement report, and the compliance monitoring report. Susan Warren from KPMG, the board's external auditing firm, discussed standard number 114. This is required communication with governing boards. Mrs. Warren also presented the results of fiscal year 12 audit of federal funds that KPMG performed on behalf of the state's auditor's office. The committee also received reports from the internal auditor. B is public testimony, and we have none of that. Right.
Is there anyone who's signed up for public testimony under agency operations?
Then agenda items C, D, and E were approved at the AOC committee meeting yesterday and are all on the consent calendar. And so, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the Committee on Agency Operations section of the board agenda.
Well, Bobby, I'm glad your first board report was, actually it's not your first because you did report on your task force.
Still very efficient, I might add.
Very efficient. and exciting.
Now, paid more than me.
I'm on a roll.
Members of the board, this concludes our meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn? We have a motion from Dr. Golden, second from this half of the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. We're adjourned. Thank you.